Hello there, good morning and welcome to another day here at the MODUS Super Series. It's Tuesday and we are in the middle of Group A, which was dominated by one player when it got underway yesterday. Here's what happened. Adam Atkinson had lost his first 4 games when he opened up a 3-0 lead against Andy Bolton, only to see it disappear, slipping to another defeat on what turned out to be a miserable opening day. Thomas Younghans picked up a hat-trick of wins on Monday. The Swiss star produced a measured finishing to leave himself firmly in the mix. Tommy Lishman's only win came against pointless Atkinson, leaving him similarly stranded towards the bottom of the table. Poland's Sebastian Białecki produced some really good stuff, and he's one of 3 players on 6 points. Another is Swiss World Cup star Stefan Belmont, who lost his first 2 matches 4-3, but won his last 3 and is one to watch today. But the X Factor stole the show. Andy Bolton winning all 5 of his matches in a dominant day to finish top of the table. Well, Paul Nicholson's alongside me, and Paul, you called it kind of before yesterday. Andy Bolton was the man to beat, and nobody did beat him.
No, they didn't. Stefan Belmont did have a chance to get rid of Andy quite early, but that 109 checkout, and it was so important for the way that Andy's day would materialise. It wasn't a vintage day by Andy's standards, but at the same time, his ability to just get the job done is one of the reasons why he's one of the most feared free agents in world darts. He just knows how to get it done.
Well, he is in at number 1 in the league table. We'll take a look at that now. I'm actually going to ask you about the player at the bottom, because in the very last match of the day, he led Bolton 3-0, ended up losing, and that is a really difficult position for him to be in, isn't it?
I think Adam today has got to be really realistic. And I think he's got to come into Tuesday and Wednesday saying, do you know what? I'm destined to go into Group C. If he can make Group B, however, that will be a massive win for him. So maybe he's got one of 2 choices. One, accept that you're going to be in Group C on Thursday and Friday, or shoot for Group B. Either way, take the pressure away and just find out what you need to do later in the week over the next 48 hours.
Yeah, it was actually a really decent day yesterday. A long day in terms of it went on for a while. A few of the games were 4-3. And you might think that the standard suffered, but if we look at the group by the statistics, the numbers are not that bad.
Not at all. I mean, if you look at the overall average of 86.93, in a lot of groups of that sort of statistical brilliance, you would say that is a day to remember. But the weird thing about yesterday is it just felt like there was a lot of workmanlike games going on. And some of the things that Henry and I will talk about in commentary today, there were some superb statistics. And the checkout rate is not exactly bad at 35.41% as well. And we had 1 ton plus average from Białecki. But there was a lot to admire about yesterday. But I think everybody played in a workmanlike fashion. Lots of 4-3s, lots of 4-2s, and lots of 2 treble visits as well.
Well, I think we all know who is favourite to win the group. There's no doubt about that. Andy Bolton shortening even more with the bookies. But we'll have a look at the betting here. Can you pick out any value, anybody to challenge Bolton there?
I think if you are going to pick someone, it's got to be Stefan Belmont. I was looking at his doubles breakdowns yesterday, and in 2 games that he lost, he still got 3 legs. So he won 3 games, lost 2 matches by 4 legs to 3. So he was really close to having a really good day. If he can turn things around a little bit, we're talking about someone who might be able to challenge, but he does need things to go his way in the other fixtures that he doesn't play in immediately.
Yeah, a bit of a surprise then that one of the 3 players on 6, and he's the one out of those 3 that the bookies have made the outsider.
Yeah, it is a bit strange. I mean, he has had a pretty good day yesterday, mid-80s average. Doubles are really good. So maybe sometimes just look a little deeper, and if there is value outside of Andy Bolton, that's going to be Stefan.
Well, let's have a look at our bet builder. Let's see what that's come up with today. Younghans against Białecki. Białecki to have the most 180s at evens. Belmont on the handicap minus 1.5 against Adam Atkinson. And then the same bet in Bolton's favour against Tommy Lishman. What do you make of that?
The only one that really makes me scratch my head is Lishman versus Bolton, because the handicap of 1.5 there, they had a game yesterday which went all 7 legs. So maybe that'll be a little bit tighter. At 4-11, that's a bit of an outsider. But the other two I do agree with, because when it comes to Białecki, he got the most 180s yesterday. Younghan's got equally the worst. So that I can understand.
And please gamble responsibly as always. Right, the last little bit of business before we get the action underway. It's Tuesday, so that means it's time for Henry's Tungsten Teaser. And this is what Professor Deacon has come up with for you today. So England have faced Australia. I wonder why he's gone for that theme. It's just not cricket, is it, Paul? Yeah, 83 times in Super Series history. How many of these meetings have been won by Australia? He's even given you options here. A31, B39 or C47. Tweet your answer to @MSS Darts on Twitter. Which team are you in there, Paul?
I've got no comment. I'm not going down that little rabbit hole again.
It's the only thing he won't answer. Right, let's get the action underway then, shall we? It is a repeat of that last match, that dramatic last match from yesterday. Andy Bolton came back, remember, from 3-0 down against Adam Atkinson, and that pair face off in the first match, and it will be described by this man and Henry Deacon.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. A very good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the Super Series, which is moving day. But they're going to have to prize apart Andy Bolton, who was, well, the perfect man on the opening day's flurries here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He takes on Adam Atkinson in what is a bookending battle in Group A. A win for Bolton would, even at this early stage of proceedings, put him 6 points clear at the top of the group, and would mean that he is in a position of sheer and utter authority. The 50-year-old from Ardrossan in Scotland made the last 16 of the World Championship, and, well, yesterday he did show that X Factor, didn't he? Incredible to think that now he's eligible for the Seniors Tour, and on the subject of that, many congratulations to John Henderson, who's going to be making his World Seniors debut at the World Match Play at the Barbican Theatre in New York, one of sport's most holy and fabled venues. Will be taking on the darts as of September. But full focus here on the Live Lounge in Portsmouth for a second day worth of arrows. Atkinson and Bolton to start.
First leg is Adam to throw first. Game on.
Back in the middle. Back calling the scores, and alongside me to call the scores is Paul Nicholson. Hello, Paul.
Good morning, Henry. Good morning, everybody. Was that another cricketing reference for Justin Bradshaw? Putting him in the middle. I quite like that, actually.
140.
I think we should make that a thing. Putting the referee in the middle. Because let's face it, they are in the middle of the stage, and they get the best view. And you guys at home get the second best view.
134.
And you are looking at a player who yesterday, almost unsurprisingly, picked up 10 points. But we are going to dig quite deep into the stats in the first round of matches today, just to give you an indication of what we saw yesterday and where the likelihood is
58
for people to rebound or respond to what happened on the first day of week 7.
Yeah, 15 matches for you between now and, let's say, around about 2:15 this afternoon.
59.
Here in Portsmouth. Atkinson, who got off to a slow start yesterday, lost 4-1 against Sebastian Białecki. It wasn't anywhere near the type of performances that we're used to seeing from a man of the stature and class of the Pooley, who is changed from the home strip of his beloved
44.
Hartlepool United into the away strip of his beloved Hartlepool United today.
This looks good.
121.
He's going for a white horse there, Henry. You don't see many of those in World Darts these days. A white horse, of course, is 3 big trebles. That could be anything from treble 20 to treble 15. And you get it from soft tip darts in Asia, where if you get those big 3 trebles in a game of cricket, you get a nice sound effect. Strong start from Andy on the scoring. He was up on the stage about 30 minutes ago, just finding his range.
171.
And he's found his range there until he's double 8 after 12.
And so Adam Atkinson is forced to take out a big finish just to hold his throw in the opening leg. Now, Atkinson did race into a 3-0 lead in this particular fixture yesterday before Bolton came back to seal a 4-3 success.
60.
Which rounded off what was a perfect day for him. It was a perfect day, but it wasn't without his trials and tribulations. But this could be a routine break a throw in the opener if he can find double eight here. The doubles was the one thing he needed to sharpen up on yesterday, and that a case in point early on here.
100.
That happened way too often early in his matches yesterday. And Atkinson could take full advantage.
$60.
Very close, but not close
and
enough.
You require 8.
2 fours for an opening break of throw.
Game shot in the first
right in the
leg.
middle.
Andy Bolton.
Just to emphasise that point, in his first 2 games yesterday, and we don't have to go into the fact
second leg
that
is Andy to throw first.
they were games that he won because he won all 5. He had 15 darts at a double in his first game, 13 in the next, 11 in the one after that. Then he had 10 in his 4th game and 6 in the last. So every single game that he played yesterday, he had fewer darts at double, but always got the right amount.
60.
So never question Andy Bolton's engine. He can play for a long time and still improve.
When you consider the fact that all told he had 55 darts at double, and you look at the daily average, which in the end amounted to 93 and a half, what that tells you is the sheer scoring power that he possessed. And it wasn't exactly in the maximum stakes either. It was those 2 treble turns, which
140.
a bit like that just changed dynamics of legs, which could have been tight if not.
He's never been noted as a big 180 hitter. Some people have that tag. Matthew Dennant has got that tag here at the MODUS Super Series because he
57.
always seems to find a way to get 3 treble visits. But Andy is more of an old school type of player who will ton and 140 you to death on the dartboard.
140.
There you go, just like that. I get the feeling that if Andy's going to have a strong start today, people are going to live in his dust for the next 2 days. He's the same kind of player as Jim McEwen.
135.
Holds,
and you require 161.
Or co-holds the record for most points in a Group A campaign at 28. Don't be surprised if that is under threat
95.
this time tomorrow.
We spoke about it yesterday. If you delve the statistics together of every single player who's played in this competition, Andy Bolton comes out as the #1 player. And you consider some of the players who had through these doors.
140.
That is quite some stat. And he's looking for a 2-0 lead
66.
here if he can get his kicks on Route 66.
66, the sexy way. Just got to go high here. Low is closed.
50.
He's had plenty of dots at
As
double 8 already.
109.
He's missed 5 of them. And it's only leg 2.
I wonder as time moves forward whether he may consider changing the play from the sides of the 16s and 8s and maybe play towards the tops.
109 yesterday. That was a
39.
really apt number for
and
Andy.
you require
He
16.
hit that checkout twice, and one of them was to win a match against Stefan Belmont. Had he not hit that finish, he might have had a very different day. Change of hockey position here for Andy.
Game shot on
And
the
in the
second
double
leg.
four once
Andy
again.
Bolton.
It's happening again. 2 legs in, and he's already had 8 darts at double. In fact, he had
Third leg is Adam to throw
55
first.
darts
Game
at a double
on.
yesterday. That was 31 darts more than Adam. Just attempts at double. And looking at what Adam did yesterday, it was really interesting because I was on the balcony with Chris Murphy.
41.
Adam was leaving the stage with Andy, and he said, "That's what's been happening to me the last 9 months. Losing from 3-0 up is never something you want to happen to
100.
you." But I do get the feeling that Adam is maybe having his first crisis of confidence whilst we've known him at this level. But the way he performs and the way he goes about his business,
59.
he can either let it better him over the next few days, or he can learn from what's happening and move on from it.
You've been in those positions in your career where confidence rates.
60.
How difficult is it to arrest that slide? And can you almost, by trying to make things better, also at times make things worse?
Absolutely. Here's the thing about confidence. I have an analogy for it, which I tell young people about. I've even told some top pros about this. And
40.
for one of them, it really helped them. If you've ever made a card castle or a card house, it takes patience. It takes
100.
someone with a steady hand to put things together, where you put two cards together and then you put the next one and then you put one on top and then you build it. Confidence is like a card tower. Something can come along and blow everything down and it will be lost. But in order to gain it again, you must do it one step at a time. You cannot
63.
buy or inherit confidence in its entirety immediately. You must build it. And for Adam today, all he's got to do is build that first brick.
140.
He's got to do something good. And it's less than winning a game, Henry. It's having a big checkout, having a good performance. That's all he needs to do today to start on the right road. Don't expect to come in here today and win all 5 games. Start small.
78. And you require 101.
He's looking to build foundations. Bolton's looking to extend his lead at the top of the group, looking to extend his lead in this match. The perennial 15-dart leg. He elects for this side of the board again
69.
to no avail again, but he's going to have the luxury of time because Atkinson's all the way back in the 200s.
The only thing that really was acceptable for Adam yesterday was his doubles percentage at 33%. Everything else,
60.
every metric that
And
I
you
actually
require
record
32.
for days like this, he was 6th.
Game shot
That's
in the
3-0
third leg.
Bolton.
Andy Bolton.
If Adam wants to get his first win of this campaign, he's going to have to do to Andy what Andy did to him on Monday.
4th leg is Andy to throw first. Game on.
And I think what is worrying for the rest of the field is he's at the minute averaging 92, and it looks as if he's hardly broken sweat yet. It looks as if there's still more gears to go. That's the first match of the day.
180.
He's making a sprint towards the line now.
Feeling a bit confident as well. There was a bit of an Andy Bolton X-Factor jiggle there.
The juicy wiggle.
Is that what it's called?
Oh, yes.
Is that confirmed? It's called the
38.
Juicy Wiggle.
He walks on to the juicy wiggle. But there'll be no wiggling and jiggling on the back of a 9 in this leg. That might be for the best.
100.
It's going to take me games to get over the name of that thing. I don't think Juicy Wiggle rolls off the tongue very well. But one thing's for sure. If he does win this game and goes to 12 points,
62.
he's going to create a 6-point cushion after game 16 in this group.
100.
He was 36% on his doubles yesterday. And if you think that's pretty decent, it's almost what we had in the group. But when you consider how many dots at double he had for what he hit,
83. And you require
that was an
121.
under par performance. This is to win the match. And the luxury of just laying up
89.
for the double after 12, that tells you just how well he's playing. Everybody else in this group is going to have to play out of their skin just to get a win against him.
It's been a performance which has had
100.
the serenity of
And
the
you require
Serengeti.
32.
But can Bolton get the 32? For a comfortable 4-0 win.
Game shot.
And 4-0
And
it
the
is to
match,
Bolton.
Andy Bolton.
A 95.5 average, a 4-0 success, and Andy Bolton kicks off day 2 in the same vein that he finished day 1. 95 average and defeated Adam Atkinson by 4 legs to 0. So, Bolton 6 points clear. Thomas Junghans and Sebastian Białecki looking to provide stiff opposition. They're coming up against each other after this short break.
Welcome back. Well, Andy Bolton has just stretched his lead at the top of the Group A table, and now a couple of players who are trying to reel him in. You'd have to say whoever wins this match might even be the only one of the pair that could possibly do that, with Bolton being perfect so far. It's a meeting between Thomas Junghans and Sebastian Białecki, who won this fixture 4-3 at the end of yesterday. Expect this one to be a lot closer than the first, and I'm sure Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon will agree.
I absolutely agree, Murph. Unfortunately, in that first game, it did go to type with the person at the top of the table dominating and the person at the bottom in Adam struggling a little bit. But this man, the 46-year-old Swiss player from Spreitenbach, he is back for day 2, and he's on 6 points in the table, just like this young man from Poland, and playing very well early yesterday. Always tends to play his best stuff either at the start or in the middle.
First leg is Thomas to throw first. Game on.
But let's start this game on a light-hearted note, because I've met Thomas a few times. I hadn't spoken to him in about 5 years until this morning, and he had a bit of a bone to pick with me. He said,
125.
I am not Hank Scorpio. In fact, Tommy Lishman looks more like him. So we have a look-alike contest, which they don't agree
59.
with. I disagree, Thomas. I think you look more like Hank than Tommy does. We'll see Tommy in the next game. He plays Stefan Belmont in game 3.
140.
But Henry, Thomas was great yesterday. An 89 average and 41% on the doubles for an opening day. That's impressive.
140.
Especially when we didn't quite know what to expect from Thomas. We haven't seen him as much on our TV screens or in tournament play as much as we have done in recent times. And in his interview before play got underway yesterday, he was playing down his chance. He said, yes, there's been some good stuff, but it hasn't happened all the time recently. But if you break down the numbers for his day yesterday, you'd think that that was a bit of a fib, because he was absolutely spectacular.
151.
Solid start. These players would prefer to leave 161 or better after 9 in every leg they play. It's not going to happen that way, but that's what they like to do. That's what they would expect from themselves.
59.
But every single avenue that we've researched this morning tells us that Junghans is
44.
dependable.
Thomas, you require 92.
Just double checking his score and the position of Białecki. Sebastian gets a first
52.
look at a big out.
Sebastian, you require 160.
Yesterday, his best effort, 120. Not that dissimilar to 160, just needed the extra treble. Can't get it on this
100.
occasion.
Thomas, you require 40.
And so Junghans back for Tots to take the opening leg. Double 10. He's been good around this tops 10s region. But not on this
20.
occasion. He grazes the wire and
Sebastian
Białecki
requires
comes back
60.
for a second chance. And he has needed chances to convert his doubles. His day 1 stats suggest that. And it's going to be the open bed of double 10 that Junghans has just missed. That Białecki hits. And it is the Pole who breaks the throw in the opening leg. Białecki leads 1-0.
You make an excellent point there, Henry, because
Second leg is Sebastian to throw
Białecki
first.
had more darts at a
Game
double
on.
than anybody yesterday. Even more than Andy Bolton. He had 58 darts at a double. But maybe the reason why he's only on 6 points and Andy was on 10 at the end of Monday
58.
is because he converted only 16 of them for the lowest percentage on doubles of everybody yesterday. 28%. Anybody under 30%,
60.
they are going to be leaving points out there. It's as simple as that. There was a lot to admire about Sebastian's play on Monday.
123.
Had the best individual performance, 101.9 in his second game, beating Tommy Lishman by 4 legs to 0. Overall average 87.5, which is exactly where I would expect him to be.
100.
But he hit more 180s than anybody else by quite some distance. Had 7 of them.
30.
was actually interesting because we were going through the stats this morning, and when you consider some of the averages that we had yesterday, some of the games we saw yesterday, the 180 hitting was down on what we expected it to be.
60.
Yeah, only one 180 yesterday for Adam Atkinson and one for Thomas Younghans. Everybody else, a somewhat satisfactory time of it on the maximum
96.
department. And then Białecki goes and hits 7. Anybody who's getting, I would say, 5 or more is having a decent day. You want to get 1 per game. But if you're getting 1 every 5 games,
60.
your 2 treble visits had better be good. Which they were for Younghans, and they were definitely for Andy Bolton.
84.
Well, Białecki coming out with a solid enough start. Younghans feels like a score behind in this leg. Not come out with the same vigour or flair that he did yesterday. Came out of the traps well, averaged 86.5 and a 4-3 success against Stefan Belmont.
76. Sebastian require 110.
That game against Belmont yesterday, it felt like it took a long time. Yesterday,
Thomas, you require 145.
second biggest finish of the day came from Thomas, 146. But this is a much more difficult out. When he hit that 146, it was 2 treble 19s. When you condense the scoring element of the finish like
Sebastian,
that,
you require
it makes it a little bit
56.
easier. 145, you've got to use 3 different parts of the board. Only
Game
2
shot on
portions of the
second
board
leg.
needed
Sebastian
there.
Białecki.
And Białecki is 2-0 up. Looking good. With a break of throw on the bank.
One thing you'll get from
Third leg
Sebastian
is Thomas to
Białecki,
throw
if you haven't
first.
seen him
Game
before,
on.
is no matter what the circumstances are in a game, you will not see a change in his demeanour. Whether he's averaging 110 or he's averaging, as he is now, just beneath the 80 mark,
95.
nothing will change. He will not get despondent and he won't get too high.
I think the biggest emotion that we got from Seb yesterday was relief
99.
when he won against Thomas yesterday. It was a bit of a slugfest, low 80s average match, and a 4-3 scoreline for Sebastian to walk away with 6 points. You could tell that he worked very hard to win 60% of the points on offer yesterday.
91.
Here's the side-on angle of the player's throws, and you're such a fan, aren't you, of this Białecki action?
Absolutely. The follow-through is elite.
114.
There are players at the top of the rankings who would give their left arm for a follow-through with their right arm like that. Younghans has got a lovely throw. A lot to admire about it. A slight walk on dart
114.
3, which is a characteristic that a lot of dart players have. But look at this. The positions are just wonderful. And what I like the most about that is the release
58.
point. Because that dart comes out really smooth. There's no violence in that follow through. And he's throwing the dart out of the hand before the 90-degree point.
41.
You throw it at the 90-degree point, it's going to go low. He throws it just prior to that, meaning that he's getting the optimum arc. Makes the game look easy.
100. Thomas, you require
That's what great players can do.
134.
This is to avoid a double breaker throw as far as Thomas Younghans is concerned. Białecki left on 104 for a 3-0 lead. But the treble 14 isn't going to be converted. That would have left him a
74.
double 16. And then the bounce out with the last
Sebastian
dart
Uruguay,
means that if he
104.
comes back, he's going to need to spurn a dart before he finds a double.
Still got 86 left and can't get a shot.
48.
So Younghans,
Thomas,
who
you
had a
require
very
60.
unfortunate last dart, could only get 1 dart at a double. Just about gets a shot at tops.
20.
And that was all a
Sebastian, you
little bit
require
messy.
56.
He's had a bit of a Lionel. Białecki wants a target that Younghans was driving so hard to find, and now it's double 10.
46.
And Younghans
Thomas,
gets
you
an
require
opportunity
40.
in a leg that you sense he has to win.
Game
does
shot on the
win it.
third leg. Thomas Younghans.
by hook or by crook. But sometimes you just have to get that first leg
Fourth
on
leg
the
is
board.
Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
He's got it now, and he can build on it, but he must find a breaker throw from here.
42.
Białecki wrestling the darts, wrestling the game in his favour.
2 players yesterday registered their best average in a game and still lost that game. Not these two, though.
60.
Białecki with the best individual performance of 101.9. Younghans with a sneaky 97.07
99.
in a good performance in the middle of our games. Just a bit of an indication as to what they can do. I just wonder if someone can take it to that next level today and go towards that 105 mark. If that is going to be the case, Henry, who's it going to be?
180.
Before you answer that, that's Thomas's second 180 of the week.
I'm intrigued to see how Stefan Bellman gets on
97.
today. I'm really intrigued to see how Stefan Bellman gets on today. He may feel unlucky that he's only on 6 points in the group. He could have easily himself been on 10 points overnight. He had darts to beat Andy Bolton. And in that game
100.
against Younghans, he'll feel like he probably left a little bit in the tank.
I think there are 3 players in this group who are capable of 105 average. One, Bolton can do that.
96. Tomasz Iroquois, 161.
One is Białecki. And funnily enough, I think the other one's Lishman. I think he's got a level that we haven't seen yet. Whether we see it today, tomorrow, or another day this week,
60.
I get a
Sebastian
feeling we
Iroquois,
are going to see
167.
a big performance from him at some point. Very close to the 57 for a shot at 3-1.
135.
That he will
Tomasz
take.
Iroquois, 101.
Well, to get that break he needs back. He's got an opportunity now. It's going to be a dart at tops for 2-2. With Białecki sat on double 16.
61.
And once again, it's another dart at
Sebastian
tops, which
Iroquois,
goes just
32.
above the wire. And Białecki is back for 3-1.
Had a lot of misses in this department yesterday. It's happening
16.
again.
Tomasz Iroquois,
He's got
40.
every right to feel frustrated by misses at 16s and 8s.
Game
And
shot
as
on
a
the fourth
result of
leg.
misses
Tomasz
in that
Younghans.
department, he is now drawn level, and he's lost that advantage of that break that he got in the first leg of the contest.
Fifth leg is
Younghans coming
Tomasz to
back
throw
from
first.
2-0
Game
behind.
on.
Well, Białecki really has had chances to sew this game up already.
We did address what happens on double 8 and double 16 with Sebastian yesterday.
81.
He touched the wire of those two doubles on the outside more than any player. You can throw great
60.
darts towards those targets, but if you don't hit them, we are going to address it. Maybe just acknowledging what happened yesterday, spending a bit more time on those doubles in the practice room early might be a good thing to do. Or secondly,
60.
you change the game plan. A shot like 70, for example, you could leave yourself on double top instead of double 16.
97.
Change the targets, possibly change the fortune, and give yourself a fresh outlook on what will give you the legs that you require.
They say sometimes a change is as good as a rest. Well, he's changing his fortunes in the maximum department, isn't he, Thomas Younghans? Because he's hit more maximums in his first game of today than he did in the entirety of yesterday.
100.
Yeah, that bet builder's not looking good at the minute. We went for Białecki to have more 180s than Younghans, and based on sound evidence from yesterday as well, at the minute, Younghans is 2-0 up in the 180 department, so that's looking
60.
pretty shoddy.
We found something more useless than Dozzer's tips.
I'll give it 2 minutes before you're getting a message.
There's
one from Białecki. And well timed as well.
120.
Białecki took this out yesterday. Younghans looking to climb the ladder himself. Top rung. But dips just underneath. The second dart really obscured.
64.
I just get the feeling that maybe going all the way to the right-hand side to open the bed was the shot there. It's double 16. And it's another miss, but on the other side this time.
Thomas, you require 20.
They've both had 9 darts at a double. They've both hit 2. But Younghans gets another poke here. That was a crazy deflection. That's covered the top of the bed. That's really awkward.
It's an excellent camera angle to just to see how precarious that's dangled. You could see when the third dart went in and it dangled in. I think that deflected out of the bed. Be interested to see if we can get a second look at that at some point today as Białowski goes back for double 8 and he has to move across now.
He knows what's going on now. His facial expressions don't change much.
No score.
But this is starting to tick him off.
Thomas, you require 10.
And so Younghans comes back. Remember, he was 2-0 down in this game. He's going to get one more dart at double 2 to lead. And this time he feels he may have to take it.
8.
This may be the craziest
16.
break of throw all week. Visit 7.
Game shot on the 5th
and he
leg.
breaks in
Sebastian
19 darts.
Białowski.
I'm not an advocate for people putting up their hand and apologising for winning a leg, but if there is a time to do that, maybe Sebastian was right.
To throw first.
That was a very strange leg. Younghans will be feeling so annoyed that he's now a breakdown again. And look at the way that Białowski accelerates after that break. Bravo, young man.
You say that he said sorry. To be perfectly honest, he's looking as if he's completely unforgiving. Oh, and again, something with the Younghans darts today is just finding something that's creating a barrier.
$60.
And that's okay. Gives himself a 120-point lead. But it should have been less. And when the darts go in quite upright, like Thomas's darts do, you do run the risk sometimes of the darts doing something called slapping. It's where the dart goes in a bit too upright and the flight goes over the top of the barrel and goes in too upright and it slaps against the board. Sometimes 97. It slaps against your own equipment and it will fall on the floor.
The most potent example of which is Gary Anderson in that World Championship final against Phil Taylor. Don't think we need reminding what happened there.
What I will say at the minute is that Dave Chisnell's got a real problem with it.
140.
He's still winning tournaments,
Sebastian
even though he's having darts on the floor.
I bet that you look good on the darts floor.
42.
You've just ruined one of your future tungsten teasers there. What would be the best darts Arctic Monkeys track?
Could add a Nirvana one. Smells like Tungsten Spirit.
60. Sebastian, you require 122.
Well, the teen spirit of Białowski see him over the line here. 1-2-2 for the match. Isn't going to happen now.
If he does win 4-2, it'll be murder on the dance floor.
You require 140.
That was my other one.
There you go.
Love a bit of Sophie Ellis-Bextor. Does Younghans love the 140?
Ooh, you went the Rob Cross route. Do you know what? I don't mind him doing that because I think in his own mind, he
80.
thinks that that was his only chance
46.
to win this match or to stay in it. He's going to persevere on the bottom left corner.
30.
And it happens again.
Thomas, you require 60.
He's missed 12 darts a double in this match, and most of them have been in the bottom left corner. Can Younghans survive? And miraculously, he's now favourite for the game because he has the darts in leg 7.
Well, Thomas Younghans is going to have to give Sebastian Białowski £2 a month because that's how charitable he's been to him.
First, game on.
12 missed darts at double for Białowski has come back to cost him. And Younghans is back for leg 7.
There's no way he should still be in this match.
60.
25 darts missed at double in this game, collectively. That's what we have.
140.
And we've had 4 maximums as well. 2 from Białecki, 2 from Younghans. But the story of this game is categorized by that stat next to their names.
Because actually, if you look at the score in Power Pack, they can't be separated.
140.
They now can be separated because of that 140 by Younghans. But prior, it was 5 tons, 3 140 pluses, and 2 180s apiece.
140.
There you go, Henry. He's just done you a favour. Got you back on an even keel. 5, 4, and 2. That's a decent set of stats, but some of the in-between scores have been a bit questionable.
60.
And the misses at double. That is what has dragged the averages down.
What a time this would be for a third max of the match. The 140. Back-to-back 140. Well, 3 in a row in this leg, shall I say. Has put him on 81 after 9. He's on for an 11-dart leg against the darts to get the job done.
It's almost like we were dismissing the capabilities of Białecki
Sebastian, you require
when he was 2-0 down in
81.
180s on the bet builder. Most important thing to him is setting up a shot for the match.
41.
Interesting. He had 47 there, and he decided to hit a 7 instead of a 15. He may have had enough on
140.
double 16 and double 8.
Sebastian, you require 40.
And the change of game plan yields a
Game,
win.
Shot. And the
So
match,
watch out for
Sebastian
that
Białecki.
over the course of today. He wins by 4 legs to 3, and the poll gets it right, but only just. When we come back, it will be the end of round 1 after what you've just seen.
Hello again. Thank you for joining us here at the MODUS Super Series, where the third of Tuesday's 15 fixtures is about to get underway. Hull's Tommy Lishman, whose only victory yesterday came against the winless Adam Atkinson, faced a Switzerland Stefan Belmont, who won this tie 4-3 yesterday. We've had a couple of repeat results, the same players winning the corresponding fixtures yesterday, doing the same today. Will that trend continue, or will that man have a change of fortunes? Let's find out in the company of Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. Well, Stefan Belmont yesterday was absolutely superb. He lost his first 2 games by the margin of 4 legs to 3. He had darts to beat Andy Bolton yesterday. But the second half of the session was where he really came into his own, winning those last 3 matches. And actually, if you look at the statistics for his day, he only lost 2 legs more than Andy Bolton. He won 18 legs. Andy Bolton won 20. And so the only 2 legs he lost was those last leg deciders, pretty much, if you look at the comparison
First leg,
between
it's
the two.
Tommy to throw first. Game on.
Fine margins indeed for Stefan Belmont, but you have to pay tribute to him because he started with 2 defeats and still walked away with 6 points. Still in with a shout,
59.
but he has a 6-point gap between himself and the person at the top. And already in game number 18 of 45, we are talking about the head-to-heads
137.
Stefan against Andy and Białecki against Andy. We're talking about those games that are going to be key because not only do they allow someone to get points, but the ability to stop Andy from getting points. They are key already on Tuesday morning. We've had somebody else
100.
give us a musical track that could be construed with darts. Our presenters come up with Where Did Broken
93.
Darts Go by Whitney Houston. I think that's a really good call. And as far as broken hearts are concerned, we've got to look at Adam Atkinson, who's lost his first game today, and Young Hans, who lost by 4 legs to 3 against Białecki for the 2nd
140.
consecutive day.
I've got a couple more for you.
Go on.
So, yeah, so you got Sergeant Pepper and the Lonely Darts Club.
That was mine from yesterday. Well done. Yeah.
137. Stefan, you require 124.
And I've completely forgot the other one. I'll try and get back to that.
We'll be back with that after this.
After this double 11, potentially.
102. Tommy, you require 112.
Tommy on debut yesterday, I was impressed with him, even though he only walked away with 2 points.
80.
Look at his stats and you
Stefan,
think,
you require
it's not a bad
22.
debut day, actually. Well. Double 7. That's not a bad lie, actually, for him.
Game shot on the
Spot on,
first leg.
Because his
Stefan
darts do
Belmont.
kink left, which means that most of that bed was open and he could use the right-hand side of the barrel to cushion it
Second
in
leg is
just
Stefan
like
to
he
throw
did right there.
first. Game on.
So, right, back to a couple more darts-themed songs. You could have a bit of Michael Bolton. How can we be darters if we
43.
can't be friends?
How do you know Michael Bolton?
How can you not? How can you not enjoy this play from Tommy Lishman?
180.
Oh, what a feeling. He may well be darting on the ceiling.
We're getting carried away. As far as Lishman's concerned, he's got himself 5 180s for the week
139.
already. One of the best maximum shooters in this group. Overall average yesterday, just a hint over 88.
41.
And almost 42% on his doubles as well. They are quite impressive. But maybe
57.
a little bit of inexperience yesterday in a couple of key situations just cost him. But what I see is someone who has
96.
evident natural ability. And I think if he can figure out this format of playing 5 games in a day, I've got a sneaky suspicion he's going to make Saturday night, you know. I think he's got the capabilities.
138.
He causes people problems.
The complexion on Saturday night could be, well, very interesting, consider Thursday and Friday respectively. Well, for the second consecutive leg, Stefan Belmont has left 1-2-4
Stefan,
after
you require
12.
124.
You missed the double 11 for it on the back last time. This time he's looking for treble 18 bull. He's not going to get a go at the middle of the diddle, and so Lishman is back for
92.
106.
Tommy, you require
Same sort of route for
106.
this 106 if you don't get the 60. But he does. Double top. That
86.
was a very good attempt.
Stefan, you require
But
32.
Belmont this time is looking at the next door neighbour of double 7, which he hit for the first leg.
Game
really
shot on the
good.
second leg. Stefan Belmont.
Great use of the lie that he has naturally in the board. And he's very comfortable at 2-0.
Third leg is Tommy
This
to throw
was one of the
first.
games
Game
yesterday
on.
where Stefan won by 4-3. He started with a 4-3 loss to Younghans.
60.
It wasn't a great game to start the day for Stefan. This is more encouraging. 32 darts for the first 2 legs is a vast improvement on averaging just shy of 80 in his
100.
first contest on Monday.
And also the board awareness, as you say there, the way that he's bumping
60.
off the barrels with the first dart. He knows he's got 3 in hand, and so he's not in a rush. He's happy to utilise and work with the visit.
Some players just get better the more reps they get.
180.
And there's no shortage of reps when you play 5 or 6 days here in a week.
180.
I have a sneaky suspicion we might get a lot of 180s today because we've already had a few. We got 4 in the previous game.
91.
We've already got 3 in this one.
We've had 8 for the day already.
So there you go. Let's compare that to
130.
yesterday overall where we had
Stefan Uruguay,
21.
130.
We're already approaching the halfway point of 180s of yesterday, and this is game 3.
Belmont looking for 3-0, but he couldn't find the bumper this time into the treble bed. And so
94.
good recovery the last, but
Tommy
Lishman here to
Uruguay,
get his first
71.
leg of the day on the board. He's looking for 71. It's going to be the solitary dart at tops.
31.
Just above, and so Belmont is back for 3-0.
Stefan Uruguay,
Small
36.
margins. Just missed tops on a 106. Just missed tops on a 71. If you're going to miss double 18, miss it there. Look at Tommy in the background. He knows this is going in.
4.
He was wrong.
Tommy Uruguay, 40.
This time he couldn't find the bumper. That's another good guide. This time for Lishman.
Game shot in
He
the third
finds
leg.
it, brings it
Tommy
back to
Lishman.
2-1.
Should we settle the argument between Thomas Younghans and Tommy Lishman then? Who looks more
Fourth
like
leg
Hank
is Stefan to
Scorpio
throw first. Game
Tommy.
on.
or Thomas?
$100.
It's not often I mention something that is whispered in my ear, but
57.
it really did tickle me just now that someone said that Tommy Lishman looks like Conan O'Brien, the American talk show host, who actually, funnily enough, wrote a lot of the early episodes of The Simpsons. So there's a nice little segue.
100.
But he doesn't look like Hank Scorpio. It's Thomas Younghans. Let's just put that to bed.
80.
Somebody wants to be the winner. And what you've got to do at this portion of the week, when you've got this deficit between yourself and the person at the top, is just
100.
take care of business one game at a time. Don't panic. How many times have we seen players
180.
struggle in Group A and then get through to Saturday and win? It happens an awful lot.
The Kieran Tiam theorem.
Sounds like an episode of The Big Bang Theory.
81.
I'll take your word on that. Never watched it.
60. Stefan Uruguay, 120.
It's ladder time. No, it's not. He couldn't find the first step. It was more the escalator time.
See, this
80.
is another good analogy,
Tommy
a ladder.
Uruguay, 124.
When you're trying to climb the ladder in a 120 shot, 60, 20, tops, it's obvious. But when
44.
trying to climb the ladder in the table,
Stefan Uruguay, 40.
one step at a time. You can't get to the top at the minute, Stefan. But what you can do is go up a step.
Game
that
shot
is
on the
getting up a
fourth
step
leg.
in the
Stefan
game.
Belmont.
From a psychology point of view, what I was talking about with the House of Cards and with the ladder.
Fifth leg, it's Tommy to throw first.
You don't think about
Game
getting to
on.
the top. You think about getting to the next step. It's all part of the most overused thing in sports.
140.
The process. Once you crack that, you look at sport completely differently. You don't think about winning on a Tuesday. You think about improving your situation with everything that you do.
100.
The biggest advice I would give any young dart player who wants to have success is make good decisions.
83.
Always ask yourself, was that a good decision for my future? It's probably not a bad bit of life advice, actually.
59.
It was a very good decision from Tommy to try and get here. Courtesy of the amateur dart circuit, which is going
58.
from strength to strength. In fact, we've got 3 competitors here in this group from the ADC. There will be some players coming your way over the next few
77.
weeks. I'm not at liberty to divulge who they are, but I can guarantee you, you will not want to miss them.
56.
And they haven't been seen here before. I suppose when Tommy comes in as a debutant, he's under no pressure. He wants to come here, make an impression,
95.
do his best, and possibly
Tommy, you require
walk away with
164.
a stack of cash. But people like Belmont, who have reputations, they've done
128.
bits,
Stefan, you require
they're under more pressure
170.
than people like Tommy. Let them shoulder the pressure.
Yeah, we've got a very good lineup in the next
58.
few weeks.
Tommy,
All we're
require
going to say,
36.
will Ishman have more of a say in this game? Well, he now does the split of 4
Game shot
double
on the fifth
16, but
leg.
this
Tommy
time it
Leishman.
works.
Always look on the bright side. That's what we call in darts a
Sixth leg,
good
it's
miss.
Stefan to throw first.
It's a bit like
Game
going for the
on.
bullseye, and you don't hit the bullseye, obviously, but you get a 10 or an 18. In a funny sort of way, you'd rather hit the 18 or the 10 and then get a shot at the outer ring with 3 darts instead of 25. We've now had 5
100.
180s in this match. And that is decent quality. I think we've already seen a marked improvement from most
100.
players today at the start of their campaigns. Long may that continue.
And in fairness, in the case of most of the players, it's improved from what was already a
43.
fairly decent base level.
You're absolutely right. Almost 87 yesterday, the running average for all of the players. And just imagine if Adam Atkinson had turned up and played more towards his
60.
capabilities. We could have been touching the 90 mark.
Are we potentially looking at a week where 1 or 2 records could go?
60. Stefan,
Depends
you
what
require
records you're talking about, but
161.
I can understand what you're saying. I think for a daily campaign, to have maybe a best overall average or best doubles percentage,
57.
definitely possible.
$42.
Belmont is not
Stefan, you require
worried about
104.
records. What he wants is to join Białecki on 8 points. He's not far away from it. In fact, he's 1 dart away from it.
64.
He's got time.
And oodles of it. Leishman looks at first dart on the treble 20 and he raises his eyebrows as to, of course, it's happened now when there's
140.
no pressure
Stefan,
he
you
feels
require
on it.
40.
Well, this is for the match for Belmont, and this would be to make it 4 victories in succession. It's double 10.
Game, shot.
It's 4
and
wins in a
match,
row for Stefan Belmont,
Belmont,
who's continuing to make a bit of a charge here at the Super Series. He gets the better of Tommy Leishman. by 4 legs to 2, and maybe Billy is going to get you after all. 89.44 the average, despite the 4 from 14 on the doubles. Stefan Bellman a 4-2 victor against Tommy Leishman. Sebastian Białecki and Andy Bolton will kick off our second round of matches here at the Super Series for day 2 after this short break.
This is the MODUS Super Series. 180.
George Taylor, Garrett Tilly, and board 2, Kate Nixon, Robin Young.
We are 3 fixtures down here on Tuesday morning at the MODUS Super Series, and so far this is what we've seen. Andy Bolton getting a 4-0 win against Adam Atkinson in his opener. Sebastian Białecki beating Thomas Jungens 4-3, and Stefan Bellman with a 4-2 win over Tommy Leishman. Now the next fixture is Białecki against Bolton, and it's a big one. You can see why there, because if the Pole in 3rd position there gets a win, he'll just be 2 points behind Bolton. But if he carries on that unbeaten run, he's going to stretch his lead even further to maybe even an almost unassailable position. To talk you through this game, it is Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon.
Well, thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, the games get bigger and bigger when Andy Bolton get involved in proceedings, because if he can win this game temporarily, as I say, that lead will extend once again to 6 points. And the longer he keeps doing that, and the longer he keeps doing that, the further and further he's going to push players into that position where they cannot lose. Sebastian Białecki, it's been, fair to say, an interesting campaign as far as he's concerned. We've seen some good stuff, but he's also been able to get over the line in matches that could be a little bit tense. And we've been having a look at some of his averages over the last couple of games, and there's a real interesting quirk.
First leg is Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
Yes, when you look at the results sheets in the way that we do in such depth, you can spot a pattern occurring.
100.
And I'm sure that most people haven't seen this, but get your gills around this one. Yesterday, when Sebastian was playing against Andy Bolton,
100.
he lost 4-2 with an average of 87.87. Nice little bit of symmetry to that. His penultimate game,
100.
his final game, the penultimate game of yesterday, he won by 4 legs to 3, averaging 82.82. And you think, well, isn't that strange?
100.
Where the decimal points are exactly the same as the first 2 digits. What did he do in his first game today? He averaged 83.83. So what's he going to do this time?
40.
89.89.
Imagine if he did the ultimate one, 111.11.
That would be something. And not out of the ordinary.
100.
Because watching Sebastian, it always seems to me like he plays his best game either in Game 2 or Game 3 of a campaign.
56.
Yesterday in Game 2, the best average we have seen so far this week. So watch out for him right here. He might cause Bolton problems.
92.
You feel like as far as the rest of the pack are concerned, everyone is pretty much rooting for Białecki in this one, because if he gets to 14 points after 7 games,
60.
it's a long way back. When you consider
Andy
the margin
require
of victory in the
109.
groups over recent weeks have been probably around 22, something around that mark, where he'd already be on the cusp of something like that as he looks for double 16
Game
for
shot in the
109 to
first
start.
leg,
And he's
Andy
been the
Bolton.
king of the 109s this week. That's his third, and we are only in his second game of day 2.
Second leg is Andy to throw first. Game on.
He really is a ninja at that finish. It was his most important finish yesterday in beating Stefan Belmont in round 2 as well.
59.
So he's done it again, and it is to break the throw of Białecki early. I went early yesterday, and I said that nobody's going to beat Bolton in this group.
125.
I said he was going to go through in the number 1 position and have Thursday and Friday off, and let everybody else sweat it out.
100.
Do I think he's going to get the 30 points? I don't know, if I'm honest. I think it's only a matter of time before somebody
100.
does have a perfect campaign. I think it's a case of somebody will have to play really well to do that, and they will have to be in a group that fits their
93.
dynamic. We're going to have people that struggle and someone to really throw well. Is that this group for Bolton?
99.
I'm leaning towards no, but I still think he's going to get about 24, 26 points.
The other thing that might be of interest as well is
60.
the legs difference. Before this game, he was 12 points and plus 12 in the leg difference bracket. And when you consider that margin at this stage of the group, a couple of handsome victories, and we
99.
could be looking at potential record territory as far as that metric is concerned.
125.
A couple of weeks
Sebastian
ago, we were
requires
talking about
78.
record leg differences in Group A. We're not talking about that with Andy Bolton. Why?
38.
Because he's winning matches
Andy
by
requires
tight
64.
margins. He's not winning them by 4-0s and 4-1s just yet.
May be able to double his advantage here to 2-0. Back the break up with a hold if he can find double 16 again.
32.
Oh, just when he
Sebastian
thought he may have
require
changed his
40.
fortunes on that side of the board, there comes another miss.
Double 5.
Game shot in the second leg.
To
Sebastian
survive.
Białecki.
And it's 1-1. Break back is immediate.
Third leg is Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, the leg difference record stands at plus 35. Is that right?
96.
That was in week 4. And that was after we've seen 2 leg difference records in the last 6 or 7 months.
45.
That's not going to be broken in this group because things are a little tighter. I know we've got somebody who's dominant at the top on points,
85.
but it's not the same as, say, a Barry Van Peer hitting massive 105 averages. This is workman-like. This is very, very X-Factor.
59.
This is a man who has won every game in this group thus far. And when I spoke to him next door in that interview yesterday,
96.
he still felt that there was levers to go. He felt that he didn't leave his best out there at times.
That's encouraging. And if you think about what this vehicle can do for you,
93.
I'm going to talk about Christian Kist now because he's the person who set that leg difference record in week 4. What did he do last week? On this day last week.
140.
He doesn't have a tour card. Neither does Andy Bolton. But what did Christian do last Tuesday? He made the semi-finals of a PDC Players' Championship
60.
and got himself
Sebastian, you require
£4,000 of
84.
ranking money. This vehicle here can get you sharp. And if you get a call up for something else,
44.
it can make you a threat.
You should also say, whilst we're here, that the efforts that Danny Lau will be putting in that particular Players' Championship as well, beating the world champion, no less.
Yeah, that was a really good run for Danny last Monday to make a quarter-final.
100.
Fantastic.
Sebastian, you require 40.
The fastest player in the world. Change your game plan. Change your fortune.
No score.
Now he's starting to
Andy, you
miss
require
double top with 3
144.
darts. This cannot continue for Bolt.
Well, he's going to get another go. But under how much pressure?
100.
Well, Bolton's left the
Sebastian, you
Acapulco
require
shot.
40.
Can Białecki find tops?
Game shot in
There
the
you
third
go.
leg. Sebastian Białecki.
I think that double suits him more than double 16 because of the way his darts sit in the board.
Fourth leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
You look at Andy's going in perfectly straight, nice and
140.
upright. Whereas Sebastian, when they go in, the point is in the 60 there.
But
his flights are to the right.
180.
They have a very similar angle of attack. As you can see, that's almost identical. But the straight nature of
140.
Andy's darts, perpendicular to the board. Whereas his lean to his right. And it does
100.
cause problems for doubles on the left of the board. That's about as pure as you'll get.
91.
You know what Andy's never going to struggle with as well? That Thomas Younghans has struggled with today. He's not going to get darts that wobble. Because they have got some weight, those barrels.
140. Andy, you require 130.
Slow proceedings up. Can he find a way above? Has to readjust across. Oh, he's had a Robin Hood. There we go. The perfect angle to see that. Something that he didn't want to see.
39.
And so it gives Białecki the
Sebastian, you
chance
require 81.
on this 81. This is for an 11.
I'm actually quite surprised he went for the 19s with that last dart.
56.
Shaves the bull wire.
Andy, you
and
require
now,
91.
by hitting a single 19, it makes this finish a little more difficult. 2 double 18s have got to come calling here. If he'd hit a 20 with the previous visit, he would have had 2 20s for Bull. Hence, he made that visit a bit more difficult.
38.
Even
Sebastian, you
25
require
and Bull with the
25.
last start on the previous visit would have given him an easier shot.
Well, that's a slip, so it's double 11 for Białecki for 3-1. And the break, not
3.
going to happen.
There you can see the angle
Andy,
of
you
that
require
flight
53.
covering the double 11. I know you can see plenty from the right side of the oche, but the fact remains he can see less of that double when he's missed on the outside than, say, a double top or a double 18. How is he looking at tops for an equaliser here?
13.
He shouldn't have been given that chance.
Sebastian, you require 22.
And Białecki, who's already missed 9 darts at double in this game, can ill afford to miss 3 more.
Flight is definitely covering the top.
No
Look at
score.
that. It's actually coercing the
Andy,
dart
you
to go
require
further
40.
away.
So Bolton for parity
Game shot
for
on the fourth
2-2.
leg.
It's a
Andy
leg that he
Bolton.
should never have had in his leisure. But Białecki, with miss after miss after miss,
Fifth leg is Sebastian
opened up
to
the
throw
door of
first.
opportunity.
Game on.
And Bolton's limbering up.
Come on, Andy. It's not the Arnold Classic. This is the Modus Super Series.
140.
Some good flexing, though. I'll give you a 5.9.
It's gone all Olivia Newton-John.
Right, let's talk about this game
100.
plan of Białecki because I'm really interested in this. He's left double 16 and double 8 a lot the last couple of days. Let's try and figure out a better game plan for him moving forward.
100.
Everybody has their favourite shots. I'd love double 16. I despise double 10. It just doesn't sit right in my eye.
137.
For someone like Sebastian, I am convinced that if he spent a bit of time utilising
56.
tops and tens a bit more, I think he would find something. You might think it's easy to do something like leave tops,
140.
leave double 18, leave double 10 a bit more. Things have to change for you to do that. When you've got shots like 76 or 86 or 74,
100.
game plans have got to change on the approach.
124.
Triple 18 pull. Not going to happen this time. So Białecki 105
39.
for 3-2.
Sebastian, you require 105.
And really, these should be darts to win the game because he missed a plethora for 3-1. And so it's treble 15. Well, treble 19 was the play.
But again, he's trying to leave a
89.
double on the left side of the board.
And you
I
require
know it's with only
85.
one dart, so on that occasion, I'm okay with it. But fact remains that I think there's a different game plan that would be better for him.
52.
That bullseye shot could have been
Sebastian, you require
catastrophic
16.
for Białecki.
Game
he
shot
finds
on the
double
fifth
eight this
leg.
time.
Sebastian Białecki.
He leads 3-2. It's not a classic. In fact, it's a bit strange.
Six
He's
leg is
still
Andy
averaging
to throw
around
first.
80.
Game on.
Which is what his opponent averaged against him in game 2. But just watch what happens next. Because yesterday when Bolton was in this position,
140.
he found a way.
This is actually pretty much as low as Andy Bolton has averaged all week.
140.
His lowest average in all of his games over the course of day one was his opening game, and that was a 89.30. That was
60.
the levels that he played at over the course of yesterday. He's averaging 85.5 here. That's his lowest performance of the week.
140.
He is in a bit of bother now. Hasn't faced a great deal of match darts against him.
59.
He may have to survive some here if he is to get another 2 points to remain undefeated here in week 7.
The only time he was really impelled yesterday was when Stefan Bellman had those couple of darts to
100.
beat him. Okay, he went 3-0 down against Adam Atkinson, but once he rode a couple of legs back, it felt like there was only one winner. As for Białecki, he's got 121 points to pose a Bolton for the first time. But have a look at that
Sebastian,
response.
you require
Have a look at the
121.
snarl on his face. But now he's got to watch in the background, and he watches as Białecki pins that first dart into the treble 1. And do not discredit this 102 for Bolton.
117.
It's going to have to go.
And you require 102.
That's an interesting lead from Sebastian. Is he going to stay there? It was the intelligent play. And if Bolton is to win this
50.
match, he is going to have to
Sebastian,
dodge
you
match
require
darts.
4. Game
can't
shot.
dodge them.
And the match, Sebastian
Białecki does himself a favour and also other players in the chasing pack a favour. It wasn't a vintage performance, but it was good enough. And as you can see, Białecki wins by 4 legs to 2.
every Saturday we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Yeah, and if you've never experienced a Saturday at the Super Series in person in Portsmouth, then I urge you to pop along. It's a really unique, up-close and personal experience of a night at the darts. Basically, you are a VIP for free. Trying to book their tickets to Saturday's session are the 6 players in Group A, and 2 of them are on the stage now. Adam Atkinson still looking for that first win. Stefan Belmont, on the other hand, looking for his 5th on the spin. Let's get the game on.
That's got a nice ring to it, Murph. A 5th on the spin. And things are starting to work out for Stefan. Make no mistake about that, because that win for Białecki, even though Białecki is now ahead of Stefan on points, that's a good thing for him because it stops Bolton from getting to 14. Now, if this man was to lose for a 7th consecutive match, it would mean that Belmont would be 2 points behind Bolton at the top. A very different dynamic in this group is starting to take shape. Hometown of Cham. I hope that's the right way to say it. In Switzerland, it might be Cam, it might be Sham. He's looking to put
First leg is
pain
Adam to throw
the
first.
way
Game
of
on.
Adam Atkinson. And we have a shot in darts, don't we, called the champagne shot? The 1-3-2 with 2 bulls.
A little bit more about Cham. It's a municipality in the canton of Zug in Switzerland.
125.
It's got Steinhausen to the east, Huenberger to the west, and Zurich to the north. It's just to the north of Switzerland.
140.
You do see a silhouette of the country of Switzerland on the back of Stefan's shirt. And Switzerland has got something coming in 2024 because they're going to get their first European Tour event in it, which is something that Stefan, I am sure, is looking forward to. Now, if he was to get a tour card at the start of 2024,
82.
you got to think he's going to be invited to play in that tournament as one of the 2 top ranked Swiss players. But even if he doesn't have a tour card, I can see him getting through a home nation qualifier. That's going to be a very proud moment for Swiss darts because over the years, they've had plenty of WDF events. Swiss Open is very much a mainstay and has been for many, many years. In fact, that was, if I remember rightly, James Wade's first ever ranking title at the age of 17. And he's nearly 40 now.
There is the map of Switzerland at the top of the shirt, the Alps to the bottom of it.
Yes, that tournament's going to take place near Zurich next year, as well
83.
as 2 events in Belgium next year, because the popularity of Belgian darts has gone through the roof in the last 18 months. He thought about it for about a 1/10 of a second.
150. Adam, you require 93.
But he doesn't leave double 1. He leaves double 16. How many times today already have we seen Belmont leaving a double after 12?
61.
And he does get a look.
Stefan, you require 32.
Only Adam's 3rd dart at a double today.
This time on the outside towards double 8. How helpful is that for Belmont?
16.
He tried to use it as a guide, but it just
Adam, you
deflected the
require
other side.
32.
And so Atkinson is back for 32 himself. He may have the helpful guide this time.
Game
He
shot on
manages
the
to
first
find a way
leg.
to clatter it in off the
Atkinson.
barrel, and Atkinson leads 1-0.
How many times did he lead yesterday?
Second leg is Stefan to throw first. Game on.
I'm not just talking about 1-0, 2-0, 3-0, because he had those leads against Bolton, but actually being in front once. That was in his fifth game.
51.
This will feel very odd, considering what he's been through over the last 26 hours. I know that Adam's got a lot of people supporting him up in the northeast. People in that area of the northeast, Teesside,
80.
even County Durham, players like Adam Hunt, Adam's brother Scott Hunt, who is very much part of the organisation of the amateur dart circuit. They'll all be
60.
cheering him on, and he's from just down the road from Glen Durrant as well. Hartlepool is not that far from Middlesbrough. You ever been at that part of the world?
Hartlepool, yes. It's
Why?
covered a football game up there. It was 3 days before Christmas.
135.
I'll show you a video of it. It was at Hartlepool's ground. I think, if I remember rightly, is actually the closest football ground in England towards the coast or towards the sea, towards the North Sea.
96.
And as you can imagine, in December, it is very, very cold. And when you're working there, you get put up right to the gantry's right at the very top of the stand, opposite the stand which has the North Sea on it. So the wind is blowing directly in your face. And when it's a freezing cold day and you can't have enough
121.
thermals on you, yeah, that is some experience. I remember wearing a Christmas jumper that day, and not even that was enough. It was tradition
39.
for us, but the last game before Christmas to be wearing jumpers. So
Let's face it, the chill that comes off the North Sea, if you haven't experienced it, you might want to wrap up warm. Even when the temperature
66.
gauge says something in the region of 12 degrees, it can feel really cold because of the wind chill. And they're pretty hardened up there in the northeast on the coast. And it's fair to say that the Swiss
44.
know a thing or two about it being
Adam
cold as well,
99.
being one of the destinations in the world for skiing and for other winter sports.
well, Belmont's on a slippery slope in this one, because double 10 to double his lead.
Game shot on the
Atkinson
second
finds a
leg. Adam
99. He
Atkinson.
puts a flake in it. He leads 2-0.
If you consider the improvement from
Third
game
leg
1
is
to
Adam
game
to throw
2 yesterday
first.
for Adam,
Game on.
I know that he only won one leg per game, but average-wise, he did elevate his performance by over 20 points. Started today averaging 72. Already,
180.
I know it's early in leg 3, but he's in 3 figures. This is much better.
60.
Didn't get a lot of 180s yesterday. Only the one from Adam. Most departments don't seem to be clicking on a consistent basis at the minute. Even though he's won tournaments in ADC ranking events in the Northeast recently.
83.
He's plodding along, not playing his best, but still winning. But when you're surrounded by players like Stefan and Andy Bolton and Białowski and others,
180.
and even though Stefan gets a maximum there, Adam's still in position. This is encouraging for him.
Maybe sometimes you're in the moment that he's in, and maybe sometimes the opposition he's come up against isn't as stiff as what you get here at the Super Series.
60.
Sometimes getting that push can be the best thing for you, because it forces those levels that you're trying to find out.
I was having a chat with somebody who does have possession of a PDC tour card at the minute,
91.
and I was made aware that ADC ranking events do not invite PDC tour card holders. So imagine if you're someone who wants to go to a local tournament, but it's ADC affiliated, and you're not allowed to play it.
28.
From
Stefan, you
one
require
perspective, I can see why,
170.
because if you take ranking points off someone like Adam, it might stop him from getting here. I totally agree. But it also means
96.
that maybe Adam has not been
Adam, you
pitted
require
against some of the best
150.
players in his region sometimes. So there are pitfalls to that.
Well, Bellman's going to get the opportunity here to break the throw. At the worst case, he should get a dart at tops.
41.
To bring it back to 2-1
Stefan, you
from the
require
74.
What a lovely dart that is.
42.
Oh, look. Somebody's on 109
Adam, you require
again.
109.
Right, let's just mark this leg off. It's going to be 3-0 because whatever happens, when someone leads 109, they take it out. Just confirm it for us, Adam. Put the seal on it.
Would be his biggest finish of the week as well.
69.
In fact, he's already had his
Stefan,
biggest
you
finish of the
require
week,
32.
99.
Game shot on the
Back
third
to
leg.
2-1.
Stefan Belmont.
Bellman brings it back to 2-1. Just a story, actually, about 99. You know, we call it the put a flake in it shot.
That's one of mine. Absolutely. Yeah.
So would you like to know the
Fourth-legged Stefan to
origins
throw
of why a
first.
99 ice cream is
Game
called a
on.
99?
Yes, please.
So, it's called that because the majority of ice cream merchants in the 50s were Italian. Now, the King of Italy had an elite bodyguard consisting of 99 men.
115.
So anything elite was called 99s by Italians. So they called the elite ice cream a 99.
I didn't know that.
Which is why in Italian football, you see a lot of players wear the 99 shirt. And the 99 shirt was significant towards their most valued player.
85.
That's very interesting, actually. I'm not going to go down the route of who is the most expensive Italian footballer ever.
96.
But I know that one point there was a transfer between a club and Torino where Giorgio Lentini, Italian footballer from the 1990s, he was the most expensive footballer in the world at one point.
66.
But isn't it funny how certain cultures have associations with numbers? People in China believe that the number 8 is lucky because it's infinite.
100.
stops. I actually think the number 4 is lucky. Especially in Super Series darts, because if you get 4 legs, you get 2 points.
Don't have a lucky number, but when I was
100.
younger, whenever I do things like make a cup of tea or that, I used to always stir the spoon 16 times.
They've got therapists for things like that,
100.
Henry.
Anything I'd do, I'd make sure I'd do it 16 times.
Maybe you're just a very big Phil Taylor fan. Stefan's found himself the
26.
2-leg gap, but
Stefan,
now
you require 90.
he's got 2 visits to make it 2-2. And this is turning into a very classic game from this week. Somebody gets the hot start, but they can't keep it going.
Game shot
There
on
you
the
go,
fourth leg.
15 dart from
Stefan
Belmont, and we're level at 2-2. That's what we've seen.
Fifth
And
leg
we
is
have
Adam
had
to
plenty of
throw
180
first.
so far
Game
today.
on.
We'll be really interested to see the daily total compared to yesterday at the start of Wednesday's play. You are making plans for Wednesday. We will have the conclusion of Group A from 9:30 a.m. tomorrow.
85.
And then after that, Group C will kick off at 1 o'clock on Thursday. We'll go live on Sporty Stuff TV from 3. And then the evening sessions from 10
41.
for Saturday night's finale, which you can be a part of. Scan that QR code. Send you to dartshop.tv where you can get tickets for the Super Series, well, pretty much up until the autumn. So if you fancy a Saturday night on the sunny south coast, we are
44.
in Portsmouth, Hampshire. Scan that QR code, takes you to dartshop.tv. It's a £2 booking fee. And the best bit, free drinks for £10. Find somewhere. Just
59.
find anywhere which does free drinks for £10. I don't think you'll find one. And you can watch elite sport whilst you're doing it. Spending some time out with your pals or your family or something like that. Why wouldn't you want to be here?
More annoyance there
40.
for Adam Atkinson. That second dart in the small one. It's plaguing him. It's happening way too often.
$60.
This is a sport that can't be perfected. You see players make this sport look easy. There's that small one again. Got to get out of that segment. It's causing him so many problems.
41.
And the difficult thing about this game when you are struggling is it's very hard to dig your way out. If you don't know what's going wrong, it's a horrible feeling. There was a very famous golf tournament
60.
recently called the Memorial. And Billy Horschel shot 84 in the first round. And he did a press conference after and he was in tears because he just didn't know what was going wrong. There it is again. In Adam's mind, he'll be thinking, I don't know how I stopped that happening.
And I suppose
40.
half the issue now is going to be he knows that in his mind and he could try too hard to force the issue.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the advice for Adam right now is just to take it easy and take on board what is happening.
100.
My biggest advice to people is that when they practice with purpose, with structure, but when they play, they play. You're not practicing right now, you're playing. Stay in a rhythm and just play and let it click. I likened the throw of Adam Atkinson yesterday to Wayne Marlowe.
82.
Wayne used to have this likelihood of pulling darts to his left, when in fact Adam is going the other way now.
Effectively, with his throwing
59.
action, the release point has to be perfect. Otherwise, they're going to spray, aren't they?
It's the dart's behaviour in the air. Look at where the flight goes towards his cheek. It actually turns to his right to avoid hitting his face. He's turning it a little bit.
23.
When he throws that
Stefan, you
dart,
require
it will
122.
spin in the air from left to right. And sometimes it's spinning too much. There's a couple of things you can do to change that.
54.
One, you can go for a slightly
Adam, you
different
require
hockey position, which is a quick
146.
fix. Or you have to do a technical change where you have to stop the spinning of the dart as much as it is. And that is more difficult, especially mid-campaign like this.
$51. Stefan, you require 68.
2-0 down, possibility of 3-2 up. Open target.
48.
And a chance for Atkinson. It's a leg that
Adam,
they
you
both want to
require
forget, but
95.
both want to win.
His first start here will tell us a lot about how he's feeling. Perfect bullseye. He went safe. And that has just about, well, it's crept in the 15. And
Yeah, he's gone 15. He should have gone 5. Should have gone 13. Why has he gone this way?
65.
He's not only
Stefan, you
struggling
require 20.
technically, but that tells me that his brain is fried. Got to go over the top of this one. Bottom of it's closed. How does he hit this?
10.
I'm not even sure
Adam, you
Roger Federer
require
could find
30.
that gap with a tennis ball. Unbelievable blocking of that double 10. We're approaching dart number 30 of the leg.
26.
Same goes for Belmont.
Stefan, you require 10.
for a break of throw. with his 10th visit to the board.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
He
Stefan
finds it in the
Belmont.
end, and so Belmont leads 3-2. And look, it's a case of it doesn't matter sometimes how you do it. It's
Six-legged
about
Stefan
getting
to
over the
throw
line.
first. Game
This'll
on.
feel like one of those types of games. Belmont leads 3-2. The Swiss is on the hill.
41.
Both struggling with the line into that small one, evidently. But you said it, Henry. The first dart of that previous visit for the 90 was at 95. It told us a lot.
9.
Did it tell us where his head is at? Look at him in the background. This is a lonely,
60.
lonely place. I mentioned tennis player Roger Federer in the previous leg. I was actually watching a documentary yesterday about Nick Kyrgios, somewhat enigmatic, maverick-style tennis player.
59.
I either love him or hate him. But he said those eternal words in relation to tennis and individual sport, in fact. He said, tennis is a lonely sport.
180.
The same goes for this one. When you're on that stage, nobody can help you. And if you're struggling, it feels like you're sliding into the abyss sometimes. But fair play to Adam.
180.
Well, suddenly, from a myriad of mediocrity, we've had 2 maxes back to back.
60.
The reaction of the person who wins this match will be fascinating.
If it'll be a pent-out sigh of relief.
24. Stefan
And it looks as if it's going to be a
160.
game very much in Stefan Belmont's leisure now. He's got 6 and 160.
And remember that Adam was 2-0 up and he was playing beautifully at the time. What has changed?
60.
It has to be the fact that he has not got over the line this week. The closer you get to that line, the more you think about, I'm going to get my first win. You start thinking differently.
26. Stefan, you require 100.
It's like he wants the ground to swallow him up. May see his hopes evaporated. Belmont
Game
wins 4
shot.
on the
And a match.
spin to
Stefan
get the
Belmont.
better of Atkinson by 4 legs to 2. And now, that's 5 wins from 5 for Stefan. 5-star Stefan Belmont as he beats Atkinson by 4 legs to 2. It wasn't a classic, but it's a win nonetheless for the Swiss. And so, the end of round 2 is almost upon us. Thomas Junghans and Tommy Leishman will round it off after this short break.
Welcome back. Up next here at the MODUS Super Series, it is a meeting between Thomas and Tommy as Junghans takes on Leishman. The Swiss slinger Junghans won yesterday in this fixture, and he's trying to keep up with the pace of the top 3 in the league table, while Leishman is looking for what would be just the second win of the week so far. I'll hand you back to Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon.
Well, thank you very much, Chris. And so we come to the conclusion of our second round of fixtures here on Moving Day. And really, the movement of the table hasn't really done anything so far. What we do know is Andy Bolton is still in front. Bowman Białecki are keeping chase. But Thomas Junghans here, you feel, is going to have to pick up victory here if he's going to harbour any hopes of trying to gate crash the party. Currently on 6 points. 4 behind Białecki and Bellman, who occupy second and third respectively. And actually a defeat here would then make the Group B race a little bit more comfortable for the pair respectively to begin to jostle for positions. A win here would then put him within 2 points of that pair, and Leishman and Atkinson would be well adrift at the bottom of the table, which feels harsh really for the way that Tommy Leishman has played so far this week.
60.
A great opportunity for Tommy, in fact, to make top 3 if and only if he wins this game.
134.
For me, he's got to get to 4 points by beating Junghans. He would get within 2 points of his opponent and then within 6 points of the top 3. If he does not, we are starting to see
100.
a massive amount of separation between the top 4 and the bottom 2.
137.
Tommy Leishman is nicknamed the Flame. That was a very famous song back in the 1980s by a band called Cheap Trick.
81.
Didn't Celeste release a song like that, which is the theme track to a certain broadcaster's Premier League coverage?
60.
You've completely lost me.
I'm pretty sure one of the big Premier League broadcasters use the Celeste song. I don't know what the name is. I'll Never Stop This Flame as their
It's
track.
not that one.
80.
But we've just seen one of those darts that we were talking about earlier. The darts that slap against the board because it hits the flight first. And it is a change of equipment here for Junghans, who goes to the green flights. He's been using blue ones this week. And some people genuinely believe that when you change the colour of something, it could change your fortunes as well. Raymond van Barneveld believes in that a lot.
Well, he couldn't put the green flights next to the blue ones, could he? Because blue and green should never be seen.
100.
Without a colour in between.
Tommy requires 70.
Tell that to the people who are dressed for Wimbledon. But then again, those outfits are designed by one of the best designers in the world, and that's a fabulously designed 15 darter from Tommy Leishman. Looking to do what Tommy did last week,
Tommy
of course.
To throw first.
Tommy Morris won Group A. What an addition he's been. That little firecracker last week has definitely got my attention.
81.
Yeah, he basically was just trying to break all sorts of game time records last week.
That's like Connor Scott from last year. He was exactly the same.
I'm going to pose you a question. You can get involved in this as well on social media. Our handle is at MSS Darts on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. Design your Group A with the 6 quickest players.
96.
Klassen, Baker, Morris,
Lauby, Moreno, Blom, gotta be.
Yeah.
Could go Alex Small.
83. $60.
I think you get the right idea that we'd probably be done by about 12 o'clock if we had concurrent matches with those guys. Definitely safe to say we haven't got the fastest players here this week. But in a funny sort of way, it throws a little bit of something different on the fire, or on the flame, you could say. Oh.
Is it in? It's in!
180.
What is it about me and you in the commentary box and that line?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. I've just been deafened.
100. Tommy, you require
That was a
84.
very unusual 180. But think about it this way. He scores the maximum. Look at his reaction.
Game
His
shot on the
reaction
second leg.
is to get
Tommy
another
Leishman.
15 darter. I think he's a bit more ice cold than a flame.
Third leg is Tom
The
Astor
way he's
first.
just going
Game
about his
on.
business on this stage. I heard a few things about him before we got here this week, saying that he was quite vibrant and animated. I don't agree.
100.
I like his demeanour. He's just getting on with it. He's uncomplicated. And he's very good. In fact, I might have to change that. more than very good.
180.
Especially in this game. What
He
did I
is.
say this morning about him? I expected a big performance at some point. He's only halfway there, but he's starting
41.
to prove it. Watch out, everybody. The flame is coming to get you.
The flame is flickering bright.
100.
It's looking to flicker on Saturday night. And Yunhan's at the minute is burning beneath the furnace.
84.
I don't think that change of flights is going to give him much more in the way of fortune, because he's not only a dart behind,
57.
but he's not first to a finish.
So Leishman first to and out on 164. This would be for the double break.
60. Tommy, you require 164.
He would take a 140 here. And a lot of people
98.
would have stayed on the 60 with dart too. Because if he gets 120, you think he can lay up for whatever he wants. Right there, going for the 18s. It wasn't really the percentage play,
100.
but
Tommy,
it
you
hasn't
require
harmed his
66.
chances of winning this third consecutive leg. Double 12.
Game shot in the third leg.
Superb.
Tommy
He's actually
Leishman.
getting better. 2 15s and a 14. We could be seeing the first 4-0
Fourth
victory
leg is Tommy to throw first.
Tommy Leishman this
Game
week.
on.
And when they played yesterday, it was Younghans that won by 4 legs to 3 with his best performance of the week so far,
93.
averaging over 97. Tommy's getting him back.
Averaging 101.87, which is just a couple of ticks below the average that Sebastian Białecki put in against Leishman
135.
in Game 5 yesterday.
Sounds very similar to that famous Australian golfer, doesn't it? Mark Leishman.
43.
Very, very good golfer. From a very good state as well. The state of Victoria. And if you ever see the state dart shirts of Victoria in Australia, they have a big V
100.
on them. V for victory. And victory is in the sights of Tommy. Speeding up. Starting to get more
121.
confidence.
He's growing into this. There's absolutely no doubt about that.
Not to mention the fact that this particular statistic tells you everything you need to know.
99.
No missed darts at double in the match, but then Thomas hasn't even had a dart at double.
60.
He might just get one in leg 4.
Thomas, you require 167.
He may finally get an opportunity to find something in this match. He's averaging 89, incidentally. And he's not had a dart at double. That has been the precocious play that Tommy Leishman has
85.
provided in this game.
Before the end of this contest, I suppose we have to say that in Tommy's first game, where he averaged 88.02,
140.
that was 1/100th
Thomas, you
of a
require
point
82.
more than what he averaged all day yesterday. Does Thomas get a shot at double finally? He does, and it must be hit.
42.
That may be the only dart he
Tommy, you
gets
require
at a double.
44.
Motown for Tommy for his worst leg, but he won't care as long as he takes it out.
Game,
Absolutely
shot, and the match,
sublime.
Tommy Lishman.
98.56 his average, and he didn't miss a double. That gave him a smile on his face, and when he goes back to the practice room, he's going to do so with his first 2 points of the day, winning by 4 legs to 0.
Welcome back to what's been a very, very interesting morning here at the MODUS Super Series. I'm sure Paul Nicholson will agree. We're going to have a look, first of all, at that last match, Lishman against Youngens. Now, Lishman winning that 4-0 might be a bit of a surprise.
It seems that way when you look at the table, but when you look at his stats from yesterday, he wasn't far off in a lot of campaigns against certain players. And I just got a feeling that a good performance was imminent. That's a bit more of what I've heard about him on the grapevine, and now that he's got that in the bank, what could he possibly do from here?
We can do exactly that, actually. We will look at his stats and his fellow debutant stats from yesterday. This is how the pair compared. So actually, when you looked at it, I mean, the big difference for me, there's the 140s from Youngens. So you would have expected a much closer game.
Yeah, very much so. The 2 treble visits from Thomas yesterday, that's one of the reasons why he's approaching the 90 average for the day. And as far as Tommy Lishman is concerned, 87.97 for the day is very healthy. But unfortunately, he was losing some key battles. I mean, even his checkout rate, and Thomas's as well, 40% plus. That's elite when it comes to the MODUS Super Series, but obviously losing the small battles, the key battles, and that's why they were towards the bottom half instead of where Białecki and Andy Bolton were.
Yeah, that was the 6th match of the day. We're going to take a look at all of the results so far and what's still to come into today's action. And a couple of players have won both of their games, but one of them is not Andy Bolton.
Yeah, it's thrown a bit of extra spice on the slow cooking dish, hasn't it? Because let's face it, Andy Bolton losing the game is good news for the likes of Stefan Belmont and for Sebastian Białecki. As far as everybody else is concerned, though, they're going to have to go perfect from here to stop it from being 2 different leagues by the end of the day.
Yeah, well, we'll see how it impacts the Group A table. Bolton, of course, remains top of it, but a couple of players are about to play each other, just 2 points behind, and could leapfrog him, actually, when you look at the leg difference.
Yeah, it's a really interesting table. I think Adam is obviously struggling, and what he wants to do by the end of the day is just get his first win, or maybe even 2 wins. But it's going to be difficult against people who have played decent this morning. Lishman, if he starts going on a little bit of a rampage based on that previous performance, he could leapfrog his way towards the top 3, but as far as Belmont and Białecki, I don't think this morning could have gone any better.
Is it a race between 3 players? Has that defeat for Thomas Youngens effectively ruled him out of top spot?
Not yet, but speak to me and ask me that question again at about 2 o'clock. I think I might have a different answer.
Noted, noted. Right, well, the most significant result of the day, without doubt, is that win for Sebastian Białecki against Andy Bolton earlier on. This really, well, we're saying it's a 3-horse race. It could have been a 1-horse race, but for this, couldn't it?
Yeah, very much so. I think he made some interesting calls in that game against Andy. I think some tactical errors, just some small things. But as far as Bolton's concerned, he'll be disappointed that he's let his undefeated streak go. And let's face it, you don't care what double you've got as long as it's a winning double. And he didn't mess around. Straight into the double 2, and off he went with the 2 points.
Yeah, found that double. But one thing that you have noted throughout today's play is that he has struggled a little bit in a certain section of the board, Sebastian Białecki, in that sort of southwest section.
Yeah, when you look at his double 16s and double 8s, he is struggling with it. And slight changes of hockey position, just trying to figure out a sweet spot for it. And he has hit a few of them, but ultimately, if you look at how many times he's missed, it can't be ignored.
Right, he has won both of his matches despite those double troubles in that section. Is it something that you would change up if you were him?
If I'd seen that many darts miss at the same doubles, I would try and give something else a go if it's possible. On certain shots, you are always going to find yourself on double 8 if you hit, say, treble 20 on 76. But ultimately, if you have a choice, try something else just to try and unlock a little bit more success.
Right, the two players who are spearheading the chasing pack are about to go head-to-head. Białecki, who we've just seen there, Stefan Belmont on a 5-match winning streak. They could, or one of them could, leapfrog Andy Bolton and displace him from the top of the table for the first time. So Paul is going to head down to join Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much indeed, Chris. So, here we go. Round 3, I think, is going to be a round where a lot of things are going to change. This is where I think the table is really going to establish itself, and we will know perhaps the fate of this group a little bit more in a couple of games' time. So Belmont Białecki first up in this triage of games, the Swiss against the Pole in this particular tungsten encounter in what is quite a European week here at the Super Series. We've got a bit of Dutch flavour coming up later on Thursday with Alexander Merckx joining the proceedings. Former weekly winner here, of course.
First leg is Stefan to throw first.
And it is Belmont who has the darts. 10 points to his name, plus 9 on the legs difference. So a handsome victory here would put him top of the table.
100.
But at this point, it's just being on those points. You can work around legs difference and things like that just a little bit later on.
180.
Is cool as a cucumber, fires in a max to kick off his match. And you won't see many flickers of emotion from Białecki. You won't see many flickers of emotion from either. They're both very, very businesslike. And we've already seen in 3 visits 2 maxes.
96.
It has been the tale of the day. Plenty of maximum visits. Another?
140.
Too much to ask. What about now? Again, too much to ask.
96.
But if you were tuning in today on the
81.
MODUS Super Series YouTube channel thinking that Andy Bolton is going to cascade his way to an undefeated campaign in Group A, think again. Things have changed.
69.
Very, very
Sebastian
easily.
Uruguay, 129.
In a matter of a round or two. Well, things change here. On the bullseye.
104. Stefan, you require 12.
Double 6 for Belmont to take the lead. What's been an impressive opening leg, it has to be said.
Game shot on
Double
the
6
first
is
leg.
found. It's
Stefan
1-0 to Belmont. Who, with any kind of victory, would go top on legs 1, level on
Second
the
leg
legs
is
difference
Sebastian
with
to throw first. Game on.
Andy Bolton. And there is the in-play table. That is live as things stand.
85.
You do it by the metric of the solitary leg 1, 27 to 26.
But Andy does have that game in hand against Thomas Younghans. I love Tuesdays.
59.
People putting themselves into position to strike on Wednesday. It is the longest campaign of the week. And it does have its own intricacies.
140.
Effectively, Adam Atkinson played himself out of contention yesterday by losing all 5 games. And has gone on to lose his first couple here on Tuesday as well. But these two firmly in the mix.
140.
I know it's a play on words, but things are going to get really good if the hit hits the Stefan.
100.
I'm glad you said that, not me.
That's what we're for. We're wordsmiths here in the commentary box. That first leg
56.
was fabulous. 13 dart at the start, and it sends a message to your opponent. They might have all the optimism in the world, but if you 13 them in the first
96.
leg, it makes them think, you're in good nick then. And I would hasten to say as well
96.
that maybe
Sebastian, you
Stefan
require
Belmont is
80.
playing his best darts ever this year, because some of his results do not lie.
Game shot on the second leg.
Somebody
Sebastian
tell me why
Białecki.
Białecki's not leaving double 10 a little bit more. It looks so much more inviting than what is at the same height on the other side of the board.
Third leg is
I know
Stefan.
I'm talking about it every game,
Game on.
and I know that Sebastian can't hear me, but somebody tell him that it looks better on tops and 10s than it does on 16s and 8s so far this week.
91.
You know the boxing saying, styles make fights. I just feel like with these two, they've both got so many similarities to their game that they're both feeding off each other.
58.
There's not going to be many flickers of emotion. Maybe a little bit for Stefan if he wins, possibly.
This was Stefan's second win yesterday. Oh, no, it was his first. I do beg your pardon. Both averaged 85.
60.
A few missed darts by either player. So how will round 3 treat someone here? We're on 350 watch.
100.
But for how long?
Give the asset what he wants. Give the asset what he wants.
140.
Just like Christmas when I was a kid. Thought it was a football. It was a lump of coal. Never mind. We move on.
59.
Well, at least we both have something in common.
You can't be old enough to know what a coal fire looks like.
58.
Okay, I win that one. 152 is a finish that you adore if you like double 16.
57.
And he still owns
Stefan,
the biggest
you
finish
require
of the week of 150. And that was hit on double 15.
Yeah, it's got the luxury of time, though, in this leg. Białecki back on 227.
100.
And he's going to lay up for the 52 upon his return. Białecki can only try and apply ample enough pressure. Pressure.
140.
Ladled on the shoulders of Stefan
you require
Belmont now.
52.
Such a lovely release on that third dart. It didn't register the 60, but at least he gave it a chance. 10s for Belly.
42. Sebastian, you require 87.
Stay straight. Stay straight. That was just a little bit greedy,
72.
and look what happened at the
Stefan,
end
you
as well.
require
That just
10.
makes you feel even worse. The only way that Sebastian can feel even worse again is if double 2 goes in.
8.
And he's very fortunate to come back
Sebastian,
for
you
15.
require 15.
It's going to be double 4. This could be an important moment. Double 2 for the break. The
Game
target
shot on
that
the third
Belmont's
leg.
just missed is the
Sebastian
one that
Białecki.
Białecki finds. He leads 2-1 with a break of throw in his leisure. He is in command and control of this match.
Think about
Fourth
the
leg
doubles
is
that he's hit
Sebastian to
today
throw
that have been
first.
really
Game
successful.
on.
Double 2 is one of them. Double 10 and double 4. Everything is on the right side of the board. Go figure. Double 2 got him the win against
60.
Bolton. It got him the lead against Belmont. Not that you're going to leave double 2 on purpose. It's a secondary or tertiary double. But I can't ignore the fact that the
100.
right-hand side of the board seems to be more fruitful for him. There you can see the darts going in the board in somewhat perfect fashion.
140.
In fact, they went in a little straighter than some of his darts usually do. There's the angle for Belmont. Flight kinking left. And they are
60.
slightly larger flights as well. They are molded technology, whereas Sebastian's using foldable plastic flights, and they're marginally smaller, but similar in
56.
shape. You've been around sport for a while, Henry. You know about certain countries having
96.
an abbreviated code, like Great Britain being GBR. Switzerland, in some sports, is CHE.
45.
Probably why one of his sponsors on his shirt is .ch. Couple of others, like
59.
the Netherlands is NED. Some of them are very easy to figure out. There's that angle. That's more like the dart that he throws that kinks to the right.
100.
Well, the top level domain in Switzerland is .ch. That was made available in 1987. Very popular in Sweden, but just a bit of a weird
170.
one.
Sebastian, you
It's
require
actually used around the
100.
world for domain hacks.
Let's not go down that route then. Let's go to tops instead.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
3-1
Sebastian Białecki.
to man from POL. This is looking good for Białecki all of a sudden.
Fifth leg, it's Stefan to
If
throw
he
first. Game on.
Wins this leg and breaks again, he will go to 12 points and plus 10. Exactly the same
59.
as Andy Bolton. He's currently only one leg behind, admittedly, with Bolton having that game in hand, which will be next.
Of course, he wins it by that scoreline of plus 10
60.
because he's won more legs than Bolton. He would go top on that particular metric.
It's a good performance, actually, from Sebastian.
140.
It's strange how it works sometimes. You can play so well and lose. Or you can play questionable and win, which is exactly what happened against Bolton in Game 4.
83.
He missed 12 darts at double in that match. He had 10 darts more than Bolton in that game. And needed pretty much every one of them.
59.
Couple more big scores might give him a match-winning chance.
46.
I said around Game 4 yesterday that he was starting to speed up. He's quite deliberate so far today, just working his way towards his optimum rhythm.
140.
You can leave a finish from 3-1-2. A good number here is 145. He's not going to find that.
96.
So it
Stefan,
should
you
be
require
3-2
103.
Białecki in the next 6 darts.
Just has a little look over to the scoreboard. And so double 16 is his double of choice.
Game
Pins a
shot on the
double
fifth
16
leg.
for a
Stefan
tongue topper
Belmont.
to bring it back to 3-2. However, this is the crucial leg as far as Sebastian Białecki is concerned. This is the one he's got
Sixth
the throw
leg
in
is Sebastian to
get
throw
the job
first.
done and to
Game on.
move him on to 12 points at the top of the Group A table alongside Andy Bolton.
58.
Białecki has been at the top of the table after game 1. He was the first person to get points this week, beating Adam Atkinson by 4 legs to 1.
100.
He was top after game 2, winning 4-0 against Tommy Lishman. Since then, he has not been top of the table.
60.
And he's not going to be top of the table after this round at this point either. But he doesn't care about that as long as he's top at the end of tomorrow.
The only time you need to be
45.
top of the table is after game 45. It's the only time it matters. The only time you're going to get booked into Saturday night.
85.
I remember a Group A vividly from Southampton, our previous studio. Aaron Monk was top of the table for a very, very, very long time
57.
over the course of the 3 days. Robert Owen had a chance to nick it at the death. He had to win by a certain margin against Andy Jenkins.
100.
Andy Jenkins beat Robert Owen, and Aaron Monk qualified for Saturday night by 1 leg. That was about 2 years ago. We've come a long way since then. But the format
93.
of Group A has not changed. It could be done by early on Wednesday morning. It could even go to the very last leg played.
100.
How many times have we seen that before? Białecki, 98 points away from a 4-2 victory, which would put him level on points with Andy Bolton at the top of the Group A table.
58.
It'd apply pressure
Sebastian,
on the
you
Scots. He
require
takes on
98.
Thomas Junghans next. So 98 for Białecki. If you get the job done, that slip into the 5 means that it's 93 left. So down for chopper 19 he went. And so Belmont needs a big one. He needs a
66.
big one to keep this
Stefan,
game
you
alive.
require
148 is
148.
when he requires a Białecki left on double 16 for the match.
Hasn't spent a great deal of time in the bottom left
60.
corner in this game.
Sebastian, you require 32.
And he's on the cusp of winning again. Double 4 on the right side of the board.
Game, shot.
And he wins
the match,
on the right side of the
Sebastian
board by
Białecki.
4 legs to 2. He will go to 6 points for the day, and he is now undefeated, beating one of the people in his chasing pack. Białecki, 4 legs to 2, and Belmont loses.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Joe Taylor, Gareth Tilley, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robert Young.
So Sebastian Białecki has just joined Andy Bolton on 12 points and is level at the top of the table. But Bolton has this game in hand against Thomas Junghans, who's lost both of his matches so far today. This middle section of the group seems to be throwing up some potentially pivotal fixtures. And here comes another one, and it will be described by Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. And suddenly Andy Bolton is severely breathing down his neck. He's suddenly in a little bit of peril. There was a point today where he was 6 points clear at the top of the Group A table. Now, he's been pegged back to level on points with Sebastian Białecki's exploits last time out. As for Thomas Junghans, well, hasn't quite been the day that we expected from him thus far. He hasn't played bad, 80 average, 86 average, but he's lost both of his games to Białecki
First leg is
and
Andy
to
to throw
Leishman.
first. Game on.
One thing I will say about this fixture, Henry, is that expect the facial expressions of Andy to change. Expect more intensity. He's been sitting in a very comfortable chair over the last 20 hours or so. But now, he's decidedly uncomfortable with the prospect of people on his tail. If he feels he needs more intensity, he will bring it. Already I can see it.
99.
I wouldn't be shocked to see him compound the misery of Junghans here, because like you mentioned, he's already lost twice today. And your ability to respond to loss is one of the biggest qualities that we
60.
question of these players every single week. How do you respond to losing? Your response to winning,
134.
it's not as big a question. You win, you think you're going to do it again, but if you lose, there's more doubt about what happens next time.
Well, Bolton's come out
100.
the traps
Andy, you require
flying and
128.
blazing here. Leaving 1-2-8 after 9, leaving a finish after 9 with the darts in the opener. The fact that that was his worst performance against Sebastian Białecki, and that average is an 85.35, tells you the levels that he's been playing at over the course of the week. It tells you that one of two things seems to be the case. Someone's got to raise their performance against him and hope that he dips.
55. Andy, you require 41.
He dipped, and Białecki took full advantage.
Game shot in the
No
first
dipping
leg.
there.
Andy Bolton.
One of those intricacies of the MODUS Super
Second leg
Series
is
right
Thomas
there.
to throw first. Game on.
We tend to see debutants always getting a little bit eager with the start of a leg. Nothing wrong with a little bit of eagerness. A great job done by the referee. And that's the third time today that Junghans has had a slapper dart against his own flights.
80.
Here it is, another one on the floor. And at what point does it turn from bad luck into something of maybe your own design making? Is it something to do with the dart? Is it something to
93.
do with the way that he's throwing the dart?
Not necessarily. If you turn back the clock 25 years, Rod Harrington had the same sort of thing. He had a very long dart, a very upright angle of attack.
58.
And towards the end of his career, they used to flop flat, a bit like Dave Chisnell's tend to do a little bit these days. And our dear friend who we lost a couple of years ago,
100.
Kyle Anderson, he invented a point that had 2 or 3 rings at the end, which grabbed onto the sisal and allowed his upright darts to stay in the board with a bit more consistency.
45.
As you can see, Thomas has got grooves on his points, but they're at the grip element towards the point join, or the point joint. He doesn't have any grip at the bottom.
98.
However, there's a huge caveat to that, because points like that are going to be banned next year. So you have to figure out what works. And when the dart's going like that, it's not a problem. But when it goes in upright, and it's also
60.
attacking against another piece of tungsten, the speed of the dart is going to be slowed down. Hence, some of them will hit the floor.
98.
Fair to say that Andy Bolton and his equipment is not newfangled. It's trustworthy. tried and tested.
All reliable.
Doesn't have fancy
41.
points. Doesn't have fancy grip technology on the darts. He's been using something akin to this his whole adult life.
80.
But this time he's looking to change for the 109 and make it a 112. He's himself back on double 16, and he's had trials and tribulations on this left-hand side of the board over the course of the last couple of days. But he's going to
72.
put under a
and he
little bit of
requires
pressure, but
32.
you'd sense that he should clear up from here. Clear up
Game
he
shot on
does.
second leg,
Third time
Andy
of asking.
Bolton.
It's 2-0 to Bolton. He gets the break.
Third leg is Andy to throw first.
Steely-eyed
Game
determination from the Scot as Younghans looks in the background, the disconsolate shake of the head. And when he looks back up again, he's going to see
on.
Bolton pound the lipstick.
137.
It has been a frustrating morning so far for Thomas. At this point yesterday, he'd already put wins in the bank. He won his first two, ended up losing in round 3 to
100.
Bolton at this stage by 4 legs to 1. And he is running the risk of that once again. In fact,
140.
margin of defeat could be even greater considering the level that we're seeing from Andy here. You just knew there was going to be a response after that first loss in Group A.
100.
Some players have got reputations of wilting after defeat or after disappointment. Andy's not in that category.
100.
He's defiant. Other people in that category? Robert Thornton. He might have a few head shakes when he
57.
loses a
and he
game, but
require
he'll
124.
utilise the next one to put things right.
One of those where you don't want to poke the hornet's nest. This is excellent from Bolton. It's Tots on 124, and it wasn't too far away. And once again, he's got the luxury of time. He's averaging 102. Thomas Younghans at this particular moment of time with yet another bounce out, yet another clatter into the dart. The summary of his week. It's just not happening.
21.
I think he's resigned
And he
to the
require
fact that he's
40.
3-0 down. He might even be resigned to the fact that defeat is imminent. Doesn't have to go for this. And doesn't.
32.
Very smart.
Board management of the highest order from Andy Bolton.
It's the equivalent of having 3 putts to win a hole. What do? You don't
59.
have a massive run at the
And
hole.
you
You just put
require
it within a
8.
dustbin lid. Put it within 3 feet. And then tap it towards the hole next time.
Game shot on the third leg.
And take
Andy
care of it
Bolton.
there. Wonderful, wonderful stuff from Andy Bolton. Averaging just shy of 96. Pacing
Fourth
himself
leg is
and
Thomas
not
to throw
stressing
first.
whatsoever.
Game on.
But taking advantage of a very lackluster Thomas Younghans here, who is evidently flattened here on Tuesday.
100.
And I just wonder, because of the day that Thomas had yesterday, he was quite laissez-faire about things going into Monday. Maybe today, did you feel like there was a little bit of
140.
expectation and possibly that could have an effect?
Oh, absolutely. We've seen it many times from debutants having a great Monday, superb debut campaign, and then all of a sudden, we look at these players slightly differently.
140.
However, I've seen Thomas play enough times to know that he had the capabilities to come in and play yesterday. Today is just a very different day.
100.
He may have more expectation from a lot of other parties, but this is a difficult group to get through. He's got people of experience, and you'd have to say, arguably, the 19-year-old Białecki's got more
60.
experience than he has. You might not remember this from about 20 years ago, but when
140.
online poker came around, people who'd been playing at-table poker for decades said that people online would be getting the same amount of experience in maybe 2 years that other people in live poker had got over 30 years.
60.
It's
and
the
he
same
require
for young dart players now.
121.
They've got more exposure to things like this.
Well, the chips could be down for Thomas Younghans here. As Bolton There's 101 left. Just steps back to recompose. It's treble 17 bull is what he's going to be looking at. He's not going to get a crack at the middle of the diddle.
57. Thomas,
There was
you
a
require
risk there.
141.
That Young Hans was going to be staring at this 141 with Bolton not even going the bullseye. He wasn't sure that Thomas could do it. But he almost
117.
did.
And he requires 64.
And so to bounce back in perfect style, it's going to be one. A double 16.
32.
And it wasn't far away. And Young
Thomas, you
Hans double
require
12
24.
to get something on the board.
Last start in hand.
12.
And he misses,
And he
meaning that he
requires
could be
32.
bageled twice in a row in the middle of Tuesday's session.
Game, shot,
Bolton just
and
too
match,
good.
Andy Bolton.
The average, excellent. But unfortunately for Young Hans, he will remain on 6 points in the table, courtesy of that really good, very Andy Bolton-like display, winning by 4 legs to 0.
Welcome back. And how was that for bouncing back from Andy Bolton in that previous match? What a display from the X Factor. A 4-0 success for him in that win against Thomas Young Hans, who wasn't really at the races. It was just one-way traffic, a 95.43 average, 40% on the checkouts. And Bolton, after that lead in the league, put under threat by that previous win for Sebastian Białecki, well, he has responded in the most perfect fashion. Right, from the top of the table, we're going to turn our attention to the other end now. Adam Atkinson is still looking for his first win in this group. He takes on Tommy Lishman, who's actually just won his last match 4-0 and is on 4 points. If he wins this, he will be level with Young Hans, who's just lost that previous match and is having a difficult day, has lost all 3 of his fixtures so far today. So Lishman might be just finding some form at the moment. And I'm going to speak to Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon in the comms box now. I'm going to ask you about Adam Atkinson. Paul, first of all, what does he need to do to get himself going?
That's a very good question, actually, Chris, because when you have lost this many games, you think that imminently you might lose all 15. That's the pit you're looking into. What he's got to do is just try and get something positive going. When I was starting out at the age of 18 in competitive darts. One of my old mentors used to say, just try and hit some single 20s and just let them drop. With the way that Adam throws his darts, I think one of the things that he could do potentially is just try and stay straight in this game. There's no pressure on him in this Group A table whatsoever. He's not expected to make the top 3 or indeed win it. That's not going to happen. So take the pressure off, try and stay straight and let them drop over the next couple of games and see what happens. That's what I would say, Chris.
Just a quick one for you, Henry, as well, on his opponent, Tommy Lishman. I mean, after that brilliant performance in the previous match, he's going to be flying into this one, isn't he?
You'd sense so, and you'd sense that there'd be a bit of a spring when it comes to the step of Tommy Lishman. That is for sure. And I feel like he might be one of those players that maybe when he moves into his second group, which at this point looks like Group C, then he could be one of those players that becomes a preeminent danger. How many times do we see a player hang around Group A, maybe at the bottom portion, but there's enough of a sign that when everyone goes back to that equilibrium of 0, that there's something there to see him into Saturday night. That could well be the case with someone like Tommy Lishman. I look at that Group C and I think that's open for interpretation for anyone.
Well, it seems you two know what you're talking about, so I will leave you to it and get this game underway. Back to the boys in the comms box.
Thanks, Murph. I think what we spoke about with Adam and Tommy is very apt. And I do get the feeling that you're pinpoint on your assessment of Tommy Lishman. I think we know that this guy has got an excellent level of performance in him. And maybe he could have been given the advice by people coming into this. Find out what it's all about in Group A, and then use either Group C or Group B as your platform to get to the finals. It's one of the greatest things about getting an invite via the ADC and going into Group A. You have 2 cracks of the whip, not just one. And that goes for you as well, Adam. If you can find something that works over the next couple of days, use it on Thursday and Friday.
First
Because
leg
as
is
I
Tommy
just
to
said
throw
there,
first. Game
that
on.
Group C, I think, is open for interpretation. You look at the players that come in. I mean, we saw a fantastic game on the Challenge Tour between James Hull and Scott Mitchell early on this year.
65.
James Hull hit a 9 in that particular match. So those 3 players that come in are evenly weighted. And if Tommy Lishman plays some of the stuff that he has done, the daily average yesterday of 88, this is a guy who won just 1 game. He'll give himself chances in that Group C. There's absolutely no doubt
100.
about that. And look, if he goes on a spurt towards the end of today and wins every game tomorrow, he may well get himself in the Group B conversation. But there's certainly something
59.
there. There is definitely something there with Tommy Lishman.
Speaking of that Group C, you've got Scott Mitchell, James Hurrell and Josh Richardson in that group. 3 current England internationals. Then you've got another international in
100.
Paul Hogan in Group B alongside Owen Bates and Alexander Mertz, who are weekly winners here in previous times.
123.
And he even won the 6 Nations in the last few days, so he's going to be flying with confidence considering what's happened to him. So, there's plenty to come later in the week. But one of the players in this group,
140.
they're not going to be playing on Thursday and Friday, but who will it be?
What a Dutch team that was as well.
It was spectacular.
98. Adam, you
There
require
have been some
161.
great Dutch teams over the years. And as far as the one that's just competed, I'll give you the names in a second. It's a bit of a who's who of the MODUS Super Series, actually.
46. Tommy, you require 156.
Everybody loves a 1456 because it's named the Barneveld, another Dutchman.
Well, Adam Atkinson's got the lunchtime shot. It's the 115.
58. Adam, you require 115.
Treble 19 for double. Gets a shot at it.
96.
Even though he's missed that,
Tommy,
that was a
you require
really positive
98.
effort. Tommy would love a shot at double 19 himself. Not anymore.
58.
So
Adam, you require
for the
19.
break in the opening leg, 19 is what Atkinson wants. This is perhaps the most nervy split of all on the board. Central to the free.
Game
Five
shot
straight
the
in the middle of the double
Adam
eight.
Atkinson.
And the way those darts went in the board, they were confident darts. They were good darts. They didn't just go in,
Second
it was the
leg is
way they
Adam to
went
throw
in. If you
first.
actually
Game
watch
on.
Adam, he's just moving a little bit further to the right of the board than maybe he was earlier on in the day.
Something has changed.
140.
If you're a player that can slightly change hockey position, in some cases,
97.
even the way you stand with your right foot, you might even turn it a little bit just to try and get a little bit of a fresh feeling. It could have the most monumental change overall. And look at what he's doing. Something's clicked.
180.
Now, I promised you the name of the Dutch team, the names on the Dutch team, I do beg your pardon. In
80.
fact, it was a win for the Netherlands in the Six Nations final against Northern Ireland by 13 legs to 10. Moreno Blom, he's played here.
97.
Ryan de Vrede, he's played here. Alexander Merkt is playing here this week and has played here before. Denny Alderkalter.
140.
And a certain
Adam, you require
Wesley Plazier.
84.
He's the only one who hasn't. And he was the one who sank the winning 15 darter as well. So congratulations to the Netherlands.
Game
and
shot on the
congratulations to
second leg.
Adam who's just had an
Atkinson.
11 darter. Has somebody just resuscitated double
Third
A?
leg is
Because
Tommy
this
to throw
is
first.
exactly
Game
who we
on.
had a year ago. And not the person we've had the last 36 hours.
Well, AA is making a bit
100.
of a recovery. And Lishman may be seeing a couple of green flags in front of him. Wesley Plazier, who is actually the reigning World Masters champion.
Largely forgotten as well. We can't forget that.
24.
Worryingly, for Adam, that was more of what we've seen earlier on today.
97.
He has had some pretty good starts, but he hasn't finished the job. And if he doesn't finish the job here from 2-0 up, you have to start questioning.
180.
I'm not going to finish that sentence.
Question marks? What question marks?
60.
It would be borderline weird if Adam was to go on and win this handsomely against someone who's just had their best display. Darts is a fickle beast.
100.
But you were right, Henry. Earlier on in the 19 checkout, it looked positive. The 84 checkout looked positive.
60.
The scoring since then, with the exception of the start of this leg, it's looked really, really positive. Stay up top. There's always a temptation
81.
to go down to the treble 19 there, but the last thing you want to do is leave 98. He did the right thing. It didn't pay off,
89.
but he's hitting less of those
Adam, you
small
require
ones than at any
116.
point so far today.
The grouping of the darts has been so much better in this game for Atkinson. The confidence and composure has been much better from Atkinson. He couldn't quite plonk one just over the top. In fact, it just kisses and caresses the barrel of the first dart as he heads downstairs. We should have.
He was going for
40.
treble 12 there to try and
Tommy, you
leave
require
tops.
95.
I thought the right play was going to be treble 16. Two double 19s. There's one.
76.
Misses the marker.
Adam,
And
you
by
require
virtue
76.
of that fallout on treble 12, it means that Adam is on a more difficult two-darter.
$68.
What
Tommy,
a
you
chance
require
missed.
19.
Well, this was the conversion that got Adam Atkinson's game started. the free for double 8.
11.
But it's not going to put Lishman on the board, and so Atkinson is
Adam,
back
you
for the double
require
break
8.
and a 3-0 lead.
Oh,
score.
no.
Tommy, you require
That
8.
dart could have a massive effect on the rest of the game.
Four.
But then again, it might not.
Adam, you require 8.
That is a real let-off for Adam.
As Lishman missed a golden opportunity.
No score.
And Adam Atkinson has gone the other side this time.
Tommy, you require 4.
And Tommy Lishman, who's been completely outplayed in this game up to press, has an opportunity now to half the deficit to 2-1 in what has been a cagey leg. Has to shuffle across. It's now the madhouse.
Game shot on the third leg.
And he
Tommy
finds a way in the
Lishman.
end. 2-1.
He doesn't know how he's won that leg, and I don't know either.
Fourth leg is Adam
But
to throw
now
first.
we find out
Game
what
on.
Adam's made of. He had multiple darts to win that leg. He missed double 4 low, double 4 high. Easy for me to say, it was a classic overcompensation.
140.
But this leg will tell us a lot about Adam and the amount of spirit he's got and the positivity that he's got left.
140.
And part of the issue as well for Atkinson could be on the back of that previous leg, because Lishman won it, that could be the kick up the backside that he needed.
83.
And we've seen Tommy playing true purple patches this week.
100.
You know that he can go on spells, he can go on runs, and that's what makes him so dangerous. But maybe also representation where he's only on 4 points because he can play in patches, but maybe not always correlate it together over the course of a long haul match.
96.
One of the keys to this format is when you get yourself into a commanding position,
57.
do not give them a sniff. 2-0 is nothing. 3-0, so much more comfortable. Because if you do have a wobble, that wobble can last longer and you can still win.
26.
But now, only one leg in front, and any frailties that the man from Hartlepool has could be exposed in a flash.
100. Adam, you require 156.
Well, this would be to surpass any finish we've seen so far this week.
He's already hit double 18 in this match. When he didn't want to. And now he doesn't get a shot at it. So many routes for 104. Depends which double you want to leave.
92. Tommy, you require 104.
You want to leave tops. Go 16s. Clever. Very, very
Game shot on the
clever.
fourth leg. Tommy Lishman.
I really do admire some of the things he's done the last couple of days. His board management and his routes for finishing
Fifth leg is Tommy to
have
throw
been
first.
spot on.
Game on.
Certain players would have stuck on that treble 16 because they wanted to lead tops.
180.
He saw he couldn't hit it. He went straight to the 60, didn't even think about it. And that kind of thinking, it reminds me of Michael Smith. Because the plan B is executed in rhythm.
86.
There's no thinking about it.
And the issue is, both players are heading towards halfway house in terms of where the performances are laying. And Lishman is improving
93.
as Atkinson's just deviating. And how crucial may that third leg be when Atkinson had numerous opportunities to open up a 3-0 lead. The bust either side on the double 4 and Lishman converting the double 1 with his 27th dart of the leg.
140.
Has that changed the pattern of play?
It's all changed. The better player now is the man with the red hair.
180.
He's not someone who has concerned himself with things like Q School or Challenge Tour. This year, it's baby steps.
64. Tommy, you require 48.
But this could be a big year for him. If he kicks on from here and has success at the MODUS Super Series,
Game shot on the fifth
who knows
leg.
what
Tommy
could be
Leishman.
next, because that's an 11 darter. The second one of the game. And he's won 3 straight, and this will feel awfully familiar. for
Sixth
Adam.
leg is Adam to throw first. Game on.
11 darts on the back of the 15. He won the last 2 legs in 1 dart fewer than he won the first leg that he did in this game, the 27.
77.
You just knew that those misses at double 4 were going to have an effect.
96.
The immediate response from Adam was excellent because he got a 2 treble visit at the start of the next leg.
And those shriekish tremors are probably beginning to turn over in the mind of Adam Atkinson. And now it feels like he's averting to the type that we saw earlier on today.
11.
Well, this is where you want to call somebody. You want to call somebody close to you. He can't.
57.
The only people that Adam has access to are the people in the practice room and the players' marshal. That's it. Remember I said in a previous game that this game is lonely? Oh, it's never more lonely than when you can't get a single win.
59.
This will test his heart, his spirit, his nerve. Just how much can he take?
41.
Because at this point, it is absolutely impossible to not go through the motions at this particular point in time.
$100.
Trying to figure out what it says on the back of his shirt. Does it say, never say die? If it does,
180.
it's incredibly. There you go. Read your own shirt, Adam. Preach it. You might lose this game.
57.
Still got a couple
Tommy,
to
you
go.
require
Young
127.
hands and Białecki to come. But Leishman might be getting his second win of the day. And that's something
87.
he didn't do yesterday.
Knowing Atkinson was back on 197, he decided to lay up on the 127. And so back for tops to till a 4-2 success. It would put him onto
100.
6 points in the group.
Tommy, you require
And
40.
you can see it from the face now of Adam Atkinson. The trials and tribulations continue to bear fruit. He had darts with a 3-0 lead. And since then, Tommy Leishman has taken full command of this match. But he hasn't won the
30.
match yet.
Adam, you
He's not
require
got over the
97.
line. And so Atkinson still in with a chance if he can find this 97.
Now, plan B here, if he doesn't get the 57, has got to be the double 19. He's going for the treble.
57.
Whether you agree with
Tommy,
it or
you
not,
require 10.
he doesn't find it. If you want a shot at double top, you've got a double 19 begging to be hit there. How about double 2?
8. Adam, you require
Oh, well,
40.
5 match darts missed. And somehow, Atkinson is still alive.
Are we potentially seeing another sliding doors moment in this match? Double 10. 5s. Last chance.
35.
Underneath. And the shake of the head
Tommy, you
just
require
sums up
2.
the emotions and the feelings of Adam Atkinson right now.
1 up,
No score.
1 not in.
Adam, you require
That's now
5.
7 match darts. And after a triple split, Adam's on 5. Can he do what Leishman could not?
Double 2. For 3-3. Has to move across. But
1.
can't find the double. And Leishman
Tommy,
is
you
back
require
to
2.
get over the line once again. Madhouse again. Is it going to be victory again for Lishman?
Game.
Yes,
shot,
it's the
and
answer. He
match,
gets over the
Tommy
line by
Lishman.
4 legs to 2. And it's that familiar feeling as far as Adam Atkinson is concerned. He led 2-0, had Dart to open up a 3-leg advantage. They came and went. And from that point onwards, it was all about Tommy Lishman. 4-2 victory for him. We're going to take a short break. It's all about the battle at the top. After this, Bolton Belmont will be our centre of attention.
Welcome back. We are through 3 rounds of fixtures here on Tuesday, and we could recap the results for you now. Yeah, 4 of the players having really good returns so far, but 2 still without victories, including Adam Atkinson, who hasn't had a win yet in the group at all. That 4-2 defeat at the hands of Tommy Lishman compounding his misery. All the players with a couple of games left to play, and they've all played more games in this group than they will play past the halfway stage, and Andy Bolton still sitting at the top of the table, 2 points clear of Sebastian Białecki and 4 clear of Stefan Belmont, who he's about to play. So a big, big game for Belly, this one. He needs to win really to stay in touch and just to peg Bolton back. Can he do it? Let's find out in the company of your commentary team. It's Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. So, an intriguing game here. This could be game on or game over as far as Stefan Belmont's hopes of winning Group A is concerned. Defeat here, the gap would be 6 points, and you'd say from that point, knowing that Bolton really isn't dropping anything in terms of defeats in this group, that'll probably be the end of his challenge. As for Bolton, he can assert his authority once again.
First leg, it's Andy
One
to
minor
throw
blip,
first. Game on.
really, to Białecki, and that's been it as far as his campaign's been concerned.
Let's have a little glance at the daily table then. Younghans and Atkinson yet to get a win.
140.
Bolton, Lishman and Belmont all with 2 wins. And Białecki with 3. Undefeated so far, the young Paul. But earlier on
91.
today, Białecki did a favour for Stefan Belmont because he beat Andy Bolton in game 4 by 4 legs to 2.
137.
Now it's time for Stefan to return the favour. Because if he can, it will mean we have 2 players on 12 points in the table and Bolton will be restricted to 14.
115.
It's almost as if Bolton is giving himself many opportunities of distance. And he's not being reeled in as quickly
100.
as the chasing pack would like.
It's like you can get the fish on the line, but you're just not able to reel it back onto the bank.
35.
Well, how many
Andy
times have you seen
require
Andy leave this 1-2-4
124.
after 9 this week? That's been a demonstration of his scoring power.
Single 18.
92.
Didn't even think about the bullseye. He has quite a deep drawback, does Andy. And I don't mean that in a negative sense. Drawback means something
100.
in a negative
Andy
sense. It's not
required
that.
32.
Drawback means bringing the dart back towards your face or indeed your collarbone in the case of Bolton
No
here.
score. Stefan, you require 160.
Whereas Belmont, when he brings the dart back towards his face, it's not deep at all. How deep is your love for a 160?
140.
He was just trying
Andy,
to
you
save it. He
require
knew it was
32.
out of the hand a little bit late. Good try.
Well, this has been an
Game shot on the
interesting
first leg. Andy Bolton.
double for Andy Bolton this week. This time it's pinned to lead 1-0, but he has had some trials and tribulations on that left-hand
Second
side
leg
of
is
the
Stefan
board.
to throw first.
You know what they
Game
say
on.
about that in Australia? I brought this up a couple of weeks ago, actually, because it's a turn of phrase that is not used in Europe. In fact, I think
41.
Australia and New Zealand are the only countries that utilise it. Maybe some of the islands like Vanuatu and the Cook Islands might use it as well because they've got some good
136.
dart players there. But they classify hitting doubles as pegs. So when you run into an Australian dart player, especially on their home turf, they'll say, how did you
60.
peg? And that means, how did you double?
Talking about Australia, that gives us a nice little
100.
segue towards the tungsten teaser for Tuesday at the Super Series, because it is Ashes themed, and this Ashes theme isn't rained off. What is the record of English and
80.
Australian players when it comes to the Super Series? What is...
I'd be very surprised if we had darts being called off because of rain.
174.
The only thing I can ever remember darts being called off for was a power cut at the 2010 Premier League finals night.
60.
Because-
Andy, you require 91.
We'll talk about that in a second because Bolton's just hit a huge, huge 174 to leave this shot. Almost
59.
takes a 2-0 lead and probably will anyway. But if you cast your mind back to 2010, they were going to have the Premier League finals at Wembley Arena and there was a power cut. As a result, all of the fans were sent home. They could not stage it that night.
81.
The following night, it happened.
Andy, you require 32.
And that's the night that Taylor got the 2-9 darters. It was all in the stars.
Well, the star's going to line for Bolton in this
Game
leg.
shot on the second leg.
Well, he's liking
Andy
double
Bolton.
16 now. 13 darter, 2-0 lead, 103 average for Andy Bolton, who is making it look so
Third leg
serene.
is Andy to throw first.
He's like a
Game
swan on the stage.
So he's not like a fish on the stage, like Jerry Hendricks.
140.
Interestingly, that night, the second night, the night was rearranged, England were playing a football match next door at Wembley Stadium. And what was meant to be a capacity crowd was
81.
dwindled a little bit because England were playing a World Cup warm-up. They played Mexico. Do you remember that Mexican goalkeeper?
Higuita.
100.
Was he the one who used to wear the tracksuit bottoms?
He used to do the scorpion kick, which was very famous at the old Wembley. Oh, he was Colombian, wasn't he?
Yes. Yeah, that was that famous game at Wembley. Was it in the 90s, something like that? I've been reliably informed that was in 1995.
I feel like I've got statue in my ear.
125.
Bolton 136.
100.
I wonder
Andy,
how
you require
Bolton did in the Premiership
136.
in that year.
We don't need to know.
All I know is Blackburn won the Premier League that year, 95.
100.
Don't worry, I'm sure Alan Shearer's told that to Gary Lineker on a few occasions.
Well, Bolton here on the back of in the previous leg, hitting a 13 darters on the
60.
cusp of doing it in
Andy, you
back-to-back
require
legs.
36.
Double 18 for a 3-0 lead. The average is 107.
Proper
Game
darts.
shot in the third leg. Andy
Proper
Bolton.
darts from Andy Bolton. Every single time he's been asked a question,
Fourth leg
he
is Stefan
seems to have
throw
the
first.
answer this week.
Game on.
He's not going to be undefeated in Group A, but he is playing in a manner of someone who refuses to play on Thursday and Friday. It's as simple as that.
95.
It's almost like he's made plans for Thursday and Friday. He's not going to be here. I firmly believe that
59.
he's not playing on Thursday and Friday, regardless of what the gap will be at the top.
There is the gap at the top. 4 points from Białecki. Andy Bolton's going full Mr. Gilbert. You can if you like,
100.
but I won't be there.
Białecki plays next against Tommy Lishman, who has got more wins today than yesterday.
138.
Białecki gave him a bagel yesterday, so watch out for revenge against the Pole. That would be the ideal scenario for Bolton. He gets the win here, and then Białecki trips up in the
98.
next one. That game between Younghans and Atkinson in game number 12 has no bearing at all on Andy's
58.
position. But he can do himself a heap of favours, possibly over the next 4 or 5 legs. It might even get to the stage where the players in the
56.
chasing pack might think, do you know what? We're not going to catch this guy. He's playing too well. It feels like he's got
140.
his own little postcode at the top of the
Stefan, you
table.
require 152.
How well he's playing. He's rolling his eyes over 140s. 106 to finish what has been an encapsulating performance from Andy Bolton.
128. Andy, you require 106.
Be another one in the 5-visit region. Treble 18. Double 16 for a 4-0 win.
74.
And he wasn't far away, and this may well be the only
Stefan, you
opportunity
require
Stefan Bellman
24.
gets to save the match.
That was so close.
Game
And
shot
that
on the
was
fourth
beautifully
leg.
done.
Stefan Belmont.
So he's not going to be done to nil. If you consider what he's done over the last couple of days.
Fifth leg is Andy to throw first. Game on.
He's won 4-2 today. He's lost 4-2
140.
to Sebastian. And he's won 4-2 against Adam Atkinson. So only one occasion in all of the games that he's played this week has he not got 3
58.
legs. That tells me a really good story about him, but I don't think he's going to get 3 legs in this one.
100.
He's going to get 3 or 4 legs. He's going to have to do something of which we talk about quite a lot here. He's going to have to put in a 3-leg spurt of around 40
96.
to 45 darts. That's what's required.
He needs a purple patch, and he needs it now. But what he also needs in amongst that is a regression from Bolton, which
60.
just doesn't seem like it's going to happen. Really, he needs a max. Something huge here, Belmont.
Not enough. Can't get to a finish. It's a great 140.
140.
Keeps him in the leg, but he needs mistakes from Andy. I wonder what Andy's going to be doing over the summer.
97.
Plenty of big tournaments in Scotland that he can keep sharp with. Challenge Tour potentially. He would dearly love to be back here at the beginning of August. Ideally on the 5th of August, because that's Champions Night.
83. And you require 104.
to round off a marvellous performance. It's going to be a dud at double 12 for a 4-1 win for Andy
Game,
Bolton.
shot,
And
the
what a
match,
performance of Andy
Bolton.
Bolton. 101.63 average, and the puff of the cheeks as he retrieved the darts on the board said everything there. It was a spellbinding performance to get the better of Belmont 4-1. And how key a victory could that be for the Scot? Next up, Sebastian Białecki looking to keep himself hot on Bolton's heels. He takes on Tommy Lishman after this short break.
Welcome back to Tuesday's MODUS Super Series, where Sebastian Białecki has been the player of the day so far. He's looking to do what Andy Bolton did yesterday and complete a clean sweep. Having become the first man to beat Bolton earlier, he's now 2 matches away. And the first of those is against Tommy Lishman, who will surely present a challenge, having won his last 2. And it's back to your 2 in the commentary box, Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon.
You do get the feeling, Murph, that the 19-year-old from Lodz is going to have that perfect day if he's going to dislodge Andy Bolton at some point. Because of that 4-leg cushion, or say that 4-point cushion at the top of the table, it means that if Białecki was to win this game and his final game against Adam Atkinson, he would need Andy Bolton to lose that last game that he has against his current opponent to find himself level with the man from Scotland going into the final day of Group A. That's the ideal situation for Sebastian.
First leg is Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
As for Lishman, it's already a better day than yesterday. He's had some good performances. He's got 2 wins instead of just the 1, and he's still got 2 games left and could have a really big impact on who goes into Wednesday in what position.
Well, for Sebastian Białecki, it's as simple as just keep the hand on the tiller as much as possible. Keep applying the pressure and just hope that something gives. But the issue is, you feel with Andy Bolton, there is no giving at this present moment in time.
99.
I'm not going to say that Andy is definitely going to beat Tommy Lishman in game 13.
81.
We've seen from Tommy today some good stuff and some questionable stuff. But that 98.56 average against Thomas Junghans in game 6 and 4 out of 4 on the doubles. Mark that as a bit of a warning to all of the opponents.
40.
He could do that at any time. So be on your guard. But you do wonder what kind of performance you will get in this game, because
100.
since that game 6, he's won another match, but he averaged 20 points
56.
less than 98.
Sebastian, you require 118.
That's a great dart.
80.
I'm not even sure how he got that past the flight without hitting it.
140.
That's an excellent
Sebastian, you
140.
require 38.
When you consider the lie of the first start, Białecki this time was split. It's double 14. What can he see of that?
Game shot in the
It's a
first
beautiful
leg.
dart. He's
Sebastian
basically kissed it
Białecki.
off the barrel of that first and into the bed. Białecki leads 1-0.
Second leg is Tommy to throw
That's
first.
where sometimes
Game
that
on.
lie can really help you. If it straightens up a little bit, it can be a cushion. But if it kinks a little bit too much,
90.
you can't get past it. Now, that's not the first time that we've seen Lishman go for bullseye on dart 3 of a leg.
58.
We've spoken about this in the past. We're going bullseye to score 130 or even 105. There is logic to it.
60.
But bull after 2 singles? Zero logic.
What we like to call the Daniel Lee play here on the Super
45.
Series.
I think we have more creative counters than ever before. Creative thinkers, if
58.
you will. I don't mind that whatsoever. I like to see players try different things. But do something that is creative and it makes sense.
125.
My best example of this is when you've got 112 and you get a dart like that. What do you do next? Do you go for the treble 20, which sometimes you can get
137.
past that blocker? Or do you go 54 for double 19? 54 double 19 makes sense.
You've got to mix that
28.
concoction of
Tommy, you require
eccentricity with
156.
sense and sensibility. 156 isn't going to go this time for Lishman, but he is going to come back with Białecki on 245.
84.
And he's left himself 72 upon his return.
Again, just thinking well. He's got 136 with 2 darts. He knows if he hits 2 treble 16s, he leaves tops. That's really good board management. Good thinking.
180.
But the
Tommy, you
complexity
require
of this leg has
72.
changed a little bit in the last 8 seconds.
2 trials for Lishman. How handy is that for him?
Game shot
Very
on the second
handy.
leg. Tommy
Level we are, 1
Lishman.
apiece. Just as Białecki was beginning to put the pressure on. Level we are, 1-1.
Third leg is Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
Have you noticed that dart players are almost uniform these days?
180.
How many dart players do you know that don't have a tattoo? Not many dart players have no facial hair.
180.
2 players starting with maximums. One of them
100.
can't get another. The other can't either. Think back in
41.
the day, facial hair and tattoos. Eric Bristow never really had facial hair, did he? Phil Taylor used to have a moustache, as did Dennis
57.
Priestley, that was a glorious moustache. Maybe not as good as Vita Chirua or Massimo Dante.
180. Sebastian, you require 164.
But what a leg!
Forget about the tash. You've got to doff your cap to both of these
47.
players.
Tommy, you require
Lishman leads
100.
a ton after 9 against the darts. Well, treble 19 would have left himself a dart at tops.
40.
It's got a little bit scruffy
Sebastian,
off
you
that first
require
dart.
117.
Białecki, 117 for 2-1. He's not going to get a go, and so Lishman for the break.
It's been driving me crazy,
45.
over the last couple of days.
Tommy, you require 60.
Tommy's throw reminds me of somebody. I just can't put my finger on it. He put his finger on the button. And
Game
yes,
shot on
it's
the third
2-1.
leg. Tommy
15
Leishman.
data. Any ideas?
Martin Phillips.
Yeah, I can see a little bit of that.
Fourth leg, it's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
Not as quick. But it's got the same sort of positioning. There it is again.
85.
It doesn't make any sense.
We all love a bitter bully.
Here's the thing, though. He keeps hitting it.
137.
If he kept hitting 25s, I'd say it makes no sense, and he keeps missing it. But he's going for
140.
bullseye on dart 3 of a leg, and he keeps hitting it.
Should have gone bullseye there. That last dart. Forward turn, just single 20.
140.
Excellent leg again. Ton 37, ton 40, ton 40.
56.
Now, there is logic in that one, because you would much rather have 220 than something like 217. Because you do have the luxury of hitting the
57.
maximum to leave double. It's definitely not
100.
Martin Phillips.
Sebastian, you require
It's driving me up the
167.
wall. He definitely reminds me of somebody with that throw.
Reminds me of Tommy Leishman.
131.
There you go, stating
Tommy,
the
you require
obvious.
120.
60 needed, stating more obvious.
40.
Better off on the floor than in the
Sebastian, you
60.
require 36.
I could have said.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Sebastian
Well, it's
Białecki.
2-2. And didn't he throw that quickly?
He was in no sort of
Fifth leg is Sebastian to throw first.
sluggish
Game
rate.
on.
Well, he smashed into his own flights, and here's me thinking he was on 60. My mistake, he was on 80, so hitting the 60 would have been the right thing to do.
123.
But at this stage yesterday, I did notice that Bolt was starting to throw a little bit quicker. I think they both
119.
are. It does suit them. You wouldn't think that there's lots of pressure on Białecki.
85.
Plays beyond his years. He's got an old head on young shoulders. Imagine being as good as he is at the age of 19.
96.
And maybe his best quality is the fact that he does not want to rush into a Premier career. He's happy to do all of the apprenticeship work.
180.
And that's the fifth maximum of this match.
And if you think about some of the top young players that come through and those that get all the big build-up,
58.
Białecki,
Sebastian, you
yes, a lot of
require
people tip up, but maybe
113.
not in the same breadth as the others. But actually, you look at some of the things he puts in, some of the levels he's put in, some of the achievements he's put in.
81.
But because he keeps himself to himself and he just gets on with it, perhaps people don't tip him up in the same way as they should others.
134. Sebastian, you require 32.
Because he can float under the radar just a little bit. He's not being put under the microscope the same way as Luke Littler or Leighton Bennett
No score.
or someone
Tommy, you
like Corey
require
Cadby when they were
94.
coming through. There's the 4. Oh, and he's got another dart that is rejected from the flight.
64. Sebastian, you require 32.
For 3-2, 32. Can he find an angle? It's like Dartshire Vu for Białecki right now. Can he find a way
No
through?
score.
No is the answer. You had to move the whole
Tommy, you
length of the
require
Oki across.
30.
And so Leishman is back for double 15.
Game shot on the
And a
fifth leg.
3-2
Tommy
lead as well.
Leishman.
And after everything that Białecki has done in this game, he's got the most 180s. He's had the most darts at double. He's now losing it. And he
Sixth
might
leg
be
is
losing
Tommy
his
to throw
undefeated
first.
record for
Game
Tuesday.
on.
Something has clicked for Tommy Leishman.
121.
He may just get himself to 8 points at the conclusion of this match, which would bolster his position as
96.
fourth in the table. And he would only be 2 points behind Stefan Belmont. Top
180
is a distinct possibility for Lishman by the end of the day, potentially.
140.
We've actually broken the half-century mark for maximums. That was the 51st of the week so far.
96.
We've had 30 today. 9 more than yesterday, and we've still got 4 more matches after this. Let me just tip my cap to all of the
95.
players
Tommy, you require
for doing
104.
that. What an effort.
So it's going to be the end of a winning effort for Tommy Lishman. It's going to be one dot at double 14 for a 4-2 win.
76.
It's not going to happen as
Sebastian
Białecki needs a Hail
170.
Mary big fish.
Just pulled it.
85.
Just rocked that first
Tommy, you
start.
require 28.
But it was the flight flicking the previous flight. It was not the point having the impact.
Game,
Perfect marker.
shot, and the match.
Perfectly
Tommy
used.
Lishman.
And now Tommy Lishman gets himself to 8 points and 4th place in the table. He is very much in the frame of getting to the top 3, possibly even by the end of the day, because of that 4-2 victory against Sebastian Białecki.
A dozenth starting duel of the day sees 2 players who are looking to find a spark after a disappointing campaign so far. Both Thomas Youngans and Adam Atkinson are looking for their first wins of Tuesday. The latter still searching for his first points in this group. Well, 2 men who always have a few points to discuss are Henry Deacon and Paul Nicholson.
We've got a few, Murph. We've got a few. And I'd like to just take this opportunity to wish a good friend of mine happy birthday today, Daniel Larsson of Sweden. So many happy returns to one of the best players in Svenska. But this is a Swiss player against someone from England. And at the conclusion of this game, it will not only be the end of round 4 for Tuesday, but it will signal the first win for one of these players in their daily campaign, because neither have got 2 points for Tuesday just yet. And then when we have concluded that, it will be the final round of matches, and we will start that with Tommy Lishman against Andy Bolton to see where the top of the tree is when it comes to Wednesday morning.
Well, at this point for Adam Atkinson, it is just a case of getting a win no matter what. He opened up a 2-0 lead last time out against Tommy Lishman. Should have been 3-0 up. Missed
First leg is
opportunities on
Thomas to
double
throw
4,
first.
busted either
Game
side on the
on.
double 13 and then the double 18. And the longer and longer the trials and tribulations go on, the worse it'll be for him. And what you just hope he doesn't do is try too hard to try and get that win. But Thomas could be in the same camp here today.
Yeah, very much so.
100.
I think there is a danger when games are running out for the day that you do not want to go back to your accommodation pointless. Adam knows full well what that feels like from yesterday. Thomas does not. Picked up 3
91.
wins from 5 yesterday, and I'm sure he was really happy with that. But because of what's happened in the first 3 games for him today, he's not thinking about winning this group now. 10 points behind.
60.
It's not going to happen. He's now in a scrap to see if he can make the top 3, but even that, for me, is beyond him. I think Group C is calling his name already.
I think it's a cake well for both of these players just to take your medicine now and see what that second
100.
group brings you. And this is a game where it can be so easy to go through the motions, the pair of them, because of the campaigns they've had so far today.
60.
Being very different today as well. I know that Thomas has played some good darts over the last couple of days, but he's been fairly downtrodden over most of Tuesday. Doesn't feel like he's been in a winning position at all. Whereas Adam
123.
has had starts. He's just not taken full advantage of them. It's almost like he gets to leg 3 with a 2-0 lead or leg 4 with a 3-0 lead. And then he changes.
140.
Well, that was a key visit there for Thomas because he was their way behind in this leg. Atkinson looking to set up from 187.
$132.
Set up he does, although
Thomas
it's
should require
55 is what he leaves.
141.
Younghounds threatened the 141 last time out. That was against Andy Bolton. That was to save the match. The
57.
double 12 didn't
Adam, you
go.
require
And
55.
so 55 for an opening leg break for the Pooley, who's been in the middle of a hoolie in this group.
Game shot in the first leg.
But he leads
Adam
1-0 with a
Atkinson.
break of throw. That never say die spirit, which you can see emblazoned on the back of his shirt, is something that he's going to have
Second
to
leg
draw
is Adam
upon.
to throw first. Game
And the
on.
early indications are there is not a wilt in this man.
What are your thoughts on that nickname, the Pooley?
At least it's not something like Atco or
60.
Ads or something like that, which is just like a personal nickname.
I'm not going to lie, I don't like it. It's got nothing to do with the tribalism of people from north of the River Tyne and south of the River Tyne. It's got absolutely nothing to do with it. I think
60.
if you have ambitions of doing something in this game, and let's face it, this is a largely seen product worldwide. If you want to have your own little darting brand, make it marketable.
95.
The Pooley means nothing to anybody worldwide. It means very little to people nationwide. I'm just talking from my business heart now.
60.
You think about some of the biggest brands in the world, and I'm going to talk about Snakebite, Peter Wright. It's one word. He's not called the Snakebite. He's called Snakebite. Do you remember when Facebook used to be called the Facebook?
40.
I was 4 when Facebook was launched.
The was dropped because it was cleaner. If you've seen the Social Network movie, you'll know all about it. But your brand, if you want to be recognized worldwide or even nationwide,
42.
it must be something that gets people's attention. That's just a little bit of brand 101.
We got a player in Group B whose nickname certainly lives up to something that
95.
harbour a bit of attention.
Crocodile Dundee. It has to be. You couldn't call him anything else. You could call him the knife, because you could say that's not a
59.
knife, that's a knife. But if Adam's going to do himself any favours, winning this game, that would do him a lot of favours ahead of finishing his
41.
campaign against Sebastian Białowski in game 15. And the way that I think,
140.
If I were Thomas, I'd
Adam,
put
you
the blue
require
flags back in.
170.
ever since he put the green ones in, things have not gone his way.
Well, he's not won a leg. Another one of them. To threaten the fish. That was unlucky. I think it just took a little bit of a deflection of the furs. And then the last
84.
one slides into the
Thomas,
treble
you
seven. And so
require
Younghan's
140.
140 to level his game up. One apiece. It'd be for the break back. Not going to happen. And so Atkinson's got the opportunity to once again open up a 2-0 lead.
60. Adam, you require 86.
What I was saying earlier about simplifying the game and staying straight, this is where you want to have two good single 18s. He does better than that.
Game shot in the
That's
second
excellent.
leg. Adam Atkinson.
What I was talking about earlier about building confidence, that is it. Doing things like that.
Third leg is Thomas.
That makes
to throw
you feel
first.
good.
Game
You've done
on.
exactly what you wanted to do. Now, you replicate. Now, plan B from Thomas Younghans. Obviously uncomfortable with his scoring
57.
performance today. Has decided to go full Maras Razma on us and start on 19s.
Now, this was the point
83.
in his previous game against Tommy Lisham where things did begin to unravel for Atkinson. He averaged around this 85 point in his previous game against Lishman, and then it digressed. And so that's going to be something that we'll be
131.
watching as this game develops.
I know it's a short format, but you still got to have patience.
180.
We are in an Ashes summer. And that 180 looked like 3 cricket stumps perfectly placed in the ground. Hasn't had a shortage of 180s today, that's for sure.
60.
Can he get to 3-0 and build on that? But that dart that veers to the right-hand side, it must be eliminated at some point.
42.
One of the things about this format is it does give us the amount of information that we crave about certain people. We've talked about Białowski on double 16 and double 8.
57.
We've talked about the scoring of Atkinson and his tendency to veer to the right-hand side. And there it is. What you've got to do is you've got to figure out why it's happening.
81.
When you figure out why, you can put it wrong. If you don't know why, just accept it until you can find out why.
And he's been trying all manner of routes to try and change that. We've actually seen him change his foot position on the hockey during scoring visits and things like that. But for one more reason, he hasn't found a way. Is Younghan's piled in a 180, which completely changes the complexion of this leg. And now this 115 is must hit for the double break and a 3-0 lead. It's a dart at tops.
95.
It's just underneath, and Younghans returns.
Thomas, you require 16.
Fabulous Max. How good is his double 4? How good is his 4?
12.
Taking too much time. Trying to be too precise.
Adam, you require 20.
We all want to be Swiss quartz. But every now and again, you've just got to let time tick by. Double 5 for 3-0. And those 2 breaks of throw.
Game shot in the
That's
third
what he
leg.
has. Can he
Adam
convert what he
Atkinson.
could not in game 15 yesterday?
Once again, He is on the hill.
Fourth leg
to
is
nil.
Adam to throw first.
But can he
Game
this
on.
time convert? As Jung Hans at the back of the stage, you could see there as the camera zooms in, shaking his head in the background of disgust and maybe of disbelief. How 2 days can completely contrast.
That's exactly what he's thinking, because when he came here this
60.
morning, he was in a good mood. He'd have thought, do the same as yesterday, get to 12 points, still have a chance. It hasn't materialised. And he's still got to have that all-Swiss battle in game 14 with Stefan Belmont. Oh,
60.
that's 60 on the floor. And the third dart was the culprit. If he didn't have bad luck, he'd have no luck at all.
He looks down at his darts. He's probably livid with his darts.
48.
Well, let's face facts. It didn't happen yesterday. So why is it happening today? Maybe they're going in just a little bit more upright than
60.
yesterday. And he's got to practice a little bit of patience and a little bit of resilience here. Waving the white flag a little bit with that visit.
That's probably the first time this week where we've seen a negative reaction there from Thomas Jung Hans, and the first time that we've seen
34.
something from his play that we could possibly question. And the thing is, you look at this game, and he's got to look at what's happened this week.
50.
And he's got to realise that there's still something here. There's still something here to be had.
But he's never been here before. Even with his experience in darts in mainland Europe, he's never played here in this format before. So
95.
he probably won't think about second chance Thursday and Friday yet. He'll be sitting in a place of, why am I constantly losing?
85.
It's like being hit in the gut with a bat. And then you've got about 20 minutes to recover, and then somebody comes up with the same bat and hits you again. That's how it feels. It's not a nice feeling to lose. Some people would categorize losing as the worst thing in the world.
140.
Atkinson 1-2-4 for the match to eventually get over the line in a game.
58.
He's got plenty of time to do it as well.
Adam, you require 124.
And he hastened to say that maybe he needed to have 6 darts from this kind of position to get the job done. I would stay on the 60 here. Absolutely the right thing to do. Bravo, Adam.
100.
Good board management, great execution, and you're finally going to get match darts.
And you have to admire the tenacity of Adam Atkinson. If at first you don't
100.
succeed, you
Adam,
try,
require
and you
24.
try, and you try again. Double 6.
12.
But the opportunity comes and
Thomas, you
goes.
require 88.
You can be that close to winning. And then all of a sudden, someone can pick your pocket.
81.
Young Hans comes up dry. And Adam
you require
goes
12.
for the 3 o'clock double to finally register his first 2 points of the week.
To finally claim a W. Double 3. One more left.
Game,
One more
shot,
found.
And, the
And
match,
Adam Atkinson is
Atkinson.
into the winner's enclosure here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He's got over the line. An ironic celebration. For the 9th time of trying, Adam Atkinson crosses the finishing line. He gets the better of Thomas Jung Hans by 4 legs to 0. We're going to take a short break. It's Lishman Bolton upon our return.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are ready to bring you the final 3 fixtures of Tuesday's play. Just before the break there, Adam Atkinson getting a 4-0 win over Thomas Younghans. A first victory in this group for Atkinson. Really important stuff for him. But still to come, he will face Sebastian Białecki in the last match. Stefan Belmont against Thomas Younghans. And before that, Tommy Lishman taking on Andy Bolton, who, as you can see, is clear at the top of the table and 8 points ahead of his opponent in this one. But before you file this under F for foregone conclusion, just remember that Lishman has had as good a day as Andy Bolton has today. The pair both winning 3 of their 4 matches so far. And to talk you through game 13 of 15, it's back to Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. So a final salvo for the day for Andy Bolton, who will be hoping that by the time he walks out of this building, he would have opened up a 6-point gap on Sebastian Białecki at the top of the table. He'll be hoping that the job will be fully done because there's still a lot to go on day 3 of action, but he'll hope that he may well put a hand and possibly a foot into Saturday night's finale.
It's at this stage we have to talk about the scenarios that are good for Andy.
First leg, it's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
Obviously, him winning his game against Tommy is good. It restricts Tommy from getting to 10 points, which would be the same as Stefan Belmont.
81.
But looking at the other 2 fixtures, just imagine if Adam was to beat Sebastian Białecki and get his 2nd win of the day. That would keep Sebastian at 12.
180.
And if Younghans could beat Belmont, that would keep him at 10. And there would be a 6-point gap
140.
to 2nd and an 8-point gap to 3rd. But that's only if he beats Tommy in this game. And considering the start,
86.
considering how we beat him yesterday, well, he's got quality, he's got fight, resilience, he's got the lot.
58.
Time will tell to see whether he wins game 13 and whether he's got those 2 extra points.
But when you've got a player like Andy who gives
100.
absolutely everything to the course, now he knows he's only got 1 more game to play today. He can just empty the motor.
96.
Leave nothing
Andy require
in the tank by the end of
135.
this. And maybe where we'll see the best of him. And bullseye first on the 135, because that now means he goes back there.
110.
And the first start was an ideal marker. Wasn't quite to be for
Tommy
Bolton
require
there.
126.
That's a difficult one to get past, but he can.
101.
He can't find the hole.
Andy require 25.
2 hits. Opening break of throw.
9.
No. More problems on double 8.
Tommy require
He's not
25.
the only person here this week who's having trials there. Well, this is interesting. Well, it's pretty simple. Treble 7, double 1. No. He nearly got it as
17.
well. That would have
Andy
been the
require
strangest
16.
finish in MODUS Super Series history had he done that. I know how he thinks.
Game shot
But
on
he
the
is
first
1-0
leg.
down.
Andy Bolton.
Welcome back to the love-hate relationship of Andy Bolton and double 8. This time it's a friend, and he leads 1-0
Second
as
leg, it's
Lishman
Andy to
chunters
throw
in the
first.
background.
Game
You know what?
on.
It was an intelligent shot because if he gets the 7, he's got the double 8. If he gets the treble, he's got a marker in double 1. He's no fool,
58.
Lishman. I think he's very dart smart.
$84.
You've got different types of players out there these days. People who play the old school way. They just want to score as heavily as they can and have whatever double they leave. But then there are others.
59.
People who know how to create approach shots with use of the 25 and bull and different trebles on the board. He's the latter.
97.
it's been, for me, alongside the brilliance of Bolton, the highlight of my week so far, seeing what Lishman can do in the thinking department. I'd give him an A- so far.
38.
He's fast approaching a flat A.
And this is full testament of the work of the ADC, who give us the opportunities to see these types of players in action, courtesy of the Vault series, giving them the pathway to perform at this very high level. And high level he is playing at. He's been a breath of fresh air this week.
140.
But he's up against the Bolton barrage.
That'll do.
100.
I've had a few tweets, actually, about who he reminds us of. The likes of Niels Zonneveld of the Netherlands.
94.
And someone even got in touch and said Darren Young of United States. The more I look at it, the more he does remind me of Martin Phillips. I'm going to give you credit for that, Henry.
20.
But no credit for Tommy.
Andy, you require 112.
And this is well within Andy's remit. 112 for a 2-0 lead. The king of the 109 this week. He's also had a 104 today. Is he going to add 112 to the collection? It's going to be double 16. He's been so good on this double 96. On the back of combinations. But not on this occasion.
Tommy, you require 20. Game shot in the second leg. Tommy Lishman.
Another 16 darter. Another break of throw. And there are people in the practice room sitting
Third
down.
Leg is Tommy to throw first.
Praying that Tommy can get the win here. I think Andy understands just how big this could be for his comfort levels for day 3.
But did you just see what he did in the background there as Tommy went to throw? He was just trying to calm himself down. Try and keep everything
140.
calm. Keep everything neutral.
He didn't go full Dimitri Vandenberg on us. Like he was sitting in a Japanese Zen garden.
57.
But let's face it, when you're 50 years of age and you've been playing top-level darts for half your adult life, he knows what to do under pressure.
57.
He's played in some monumental matches. How could we ever forget the game he had with Stephen Bunting at the 2021 World Championship? It was remarkable. Bunting was almost godlike in the last leg of that contest because I firmly believe that that 2021 World Championship is one of the best ever. Because there were so many games that went to the last leg decider. Because of the nature of the tournament, they couldn't go long because of the curfew.
134.
So last set deciders had to go to just 3-2 at worst. And Andy was involved in one of those with Bunting. I could watch that game repeatedly. It was amazing.
180.
And he's showing some of those levels here.
Tommy,
Maximum to leave himself 24 after 12 against the darts. Lishman needs to take the 110, you feel.
More creativity, but this time he does not find
53.
the requisite treble to leave a double.
24.
So for a 13 dart leg, the break of throw for Bolton that he needs at some point.
No score.
But it caresses the wire and the other side it goes. And so Lishman back for 2-1. Huge playing coming. Huge darting coming. Huge miss for Lishman.
And he require 24.
There is the break of throw once again.
Bolton.
This game's got more breaks than a London building site. The disgust on the face of Tommy. I can sense it. You can see it.
Fourth leg, it's Andy to throw.
These are the games that drive you potty. You think to yourself, you've got to break a throw. Now you just got to hold. Get yourself in the match, get the lead. But no, you're broken again. And now there's that uncertainty about whether you can actually hold your throw.
100.
And it's not just the missed opportunity on its own. It's the circumstance around that particular missed opportunity. The fact it was against Bolton,
135.
the fact that he's had this unassailable streak, and you get the sense once you miss an opportunity against him, you're not going to get another one. And that then can play on your mind as the game moves along.
59.
You might not think about it too much today because this is the last game for them. But the last thing you want to do is let it infect
180.
your chances for tomorrow as well.
This is brimming up to the boil quite nicely. 4 maximums in this game.
133.
And we said, is that the moment when the game
81.
changes? Well, Lishman has stolen the darts off of Bolton.
I'm just having a look into tomorrow's fixture list.
96.
Lishman and Bolton will play each
Tommy,
other
you
in game
require
6 tomorrow,
105.
so the end of round 2. Double top.
65.
Misses the line and length.
And do you require
And
113?
we could get our first hold of throw in this match. We still could. Double 18.
Game shot on the fourth
Wonderful
leg.
15
Andy
darter. And you can
Bolton.
see what that hold of throw means to the X Factor. He's only one leg away from 18 points in
Fifth
the
leg
table.
is Tommy to throw first. Game on.
There is a risk that nobody else will get that this week.
There was a nod of appreciation from Lishman.
180.
But then he kicks off leg 5 of a max.
Henry, how many maximums have we had today now? Because there's 5 in this game.
140.
We've had 37 so far today. We've still got 2 more games to go, and this one's not even done yet. We might get another one in this game.
140.
We're hoping for one on the back of that visit.
They're making yesterday look like absolute trash. And it really wasn't.
140.
I thought that 21 maximums yesterday was okay. I didn't think it was brilliant.
100.
Fine. But this is getting a bit silly now.
Bordering on the ridiculous.
100. Tommy, you require 81.
You look at the lineup and you think there are possibilities. But I did not expect to see this many 180s today.
55. And you
A missed
require
double 13
121.
for Tommy. And a match-winning chance on a 1-2-1 for Andy. He hits this. Watch him wiggle. Oh, Andrew Bolton.
89. Tommy, you require
They can't
26.
miss the trebles, but the single number was the one that went awry. And so double 13 for 3-2.
Game shot on the
Found.
fifth leg.
And so
Tommy
this game
Lishman.
extends just a little bit more. But Andy Bolton has the darts here to seal a 4-2 success, which would temporarily at least put him 6
Sixth leg is
points
Andy
clear at the
to
top
throw
of the
first.
table.
Game on.
I went full on Dave Lanning there. I gave him his full name. Because that's what happens when your parents tell you off. They call you by your full name.
140.
Make no mistake, he'll be upset that he missed that single.
57.
I'll be fascinated to see in the morning just who has improved in their statistics today compared to yesterday.
41.
It's always a good barometer to see where people stand in the table compared to the first day, how their
59.
individual performances have changed. We can surmise as to why that is sometimes, but asking the player out loud, it's usually the best way to get the answers that you seek.
One thing you find with darts
59.
players is they are very honest about their appraisals.
They used to be. How can I put this in a nice way?
59.
They used to over-embellish everything. But now, because we have so much in the way of facts when it comes to statistics and situations, you can't hide from anything.
Do you remember the days when everybody missed double 12 from
97.
9 dar and everyone averaged 102 and lost?
Oh, yeah. Used to hear those stories every weekend.
Anyway, less about your career.
180. And you require 164.
To win in style, Andy Bolton 164. You will get a wriggle if Bolton could have pinned that.
But Lishman could lose this game after hitting 4
96.
maximums. He's missed
Tommy,
9
you
darts
require
at double, though.
146.
We can't ignore that. They're both averaging 94. And this is a much easier chance than 1-2-1.
84.
This should
And you
guarantee
require
at least
68.
1 dart for the match. Double 16. He's
Game,
gone and done
shot.
it.
And the match,
It's a very
Andy
good day
Bolton.
once again. 8 points, so 4 wins from 5. And he bolsters his position as number 1 in the table. He's going to have 18 points. It's another brilliant display. It's pretty much what he does week long and every time he comes here to the MODUS Super Series. And it's 4 for Andy Bolton, and Lishman will leave us with 2.
This is the MODUS Super Series. 180.
George Taylor, Garrett Tilly, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Ronnie Young.
Welcome back. Just a couple of games to go here at the MODUS Super Series, and Andy Bolton has just taken a stride towards qualifying with that victory over Tommy Lishman. Now, it is today's Swiss showdown between Stefan Belmont and Thomas Junghans, and he is hoping to avoid a day which sees him pick up no points at all, having lost 4 matches so far. Belmont has won 2 of his 4, and on Swiss watch for this one, it's Paul Nicholson and Henry Deacon.
I like that one, Murph. Swiss watch. But I bet you can't say Swiss showdown 5 times really fast. This 34-year-old has had a very steady day. 4 points in search of another day where he gets 6. But as Thomas Junghans does a little bit of running repairs to the stage, he's now looking for his first win of the day. It has been a really frustrating Tuesday.
First leg, it's Stefan to throw first. Game on.
Where has it all gone wrong then? Junghans started with a 4-3 loss to Białecki. After that, lost 4-0 to Tommy Lishman. And he only got 1 dart at double in that
82.
match. And you just wonder if those 2 losses at the start have made him feel negative enough that his form has wilted to a point where he may not recover
98.
in this group at all.
Well, he hasn't won a leg since his opening game against Białecki. He's won 3 legs for the day. All of them came in 1 match.
Well, even Adam Atkinson yesterday won 8 legs.
58.
And he had a nightmare yesterday. So when you put that into perspective, it tells you a very, very bad story. Nilled by Lishman. Nilled by Bolton.
118.
Nilled by Atkinson. And when you're the first person to lose to the person on the foot of the table who's got no points, that makes you feel probably as bad as you could possibly feel.
60.
However, I raise you this argument. Is this the ideal last game for Thomas Junghans, playing Stefan Belmont, his fellow countryman, someone he knows very well? Is this a game that maybe after everything he's been through, the trials and tribulations, a game that he can maybe relax into, the familiarity could help
60.
him?
You would hope so. I know that yesterday when they played, Junghans did win by 4 legs to 3. He was the better player. He had the better average.
40.
He had a great percentage on the doubles of 80%. But maybe the adrenaline was flowing because he was on debut. It was all bright and new. This is a marathon. 15 games in Group
98.
A, minimum for the week. As for Belmont, he's someone who sits on 10 points in the table. He's now 8 points behind our league leader in Andy Bolton.
75.
He will
Thomas
probably think at this point,
127.
I'm not going to catch him. But he could catch Białecki for second spot by the end of the day.
47.
It's been a slow start to this last game of the day for Belmont, so he's presented Junghans with his opportunity to win his first leg since game 2 against Sebastian Białecki. Hasn't won a leg since about 10 o'clock this morning.
45. Thomas, you require 80.
So on that note, let's throw him a bit of positivity. Come on, Thomas. You know you want to hit tops. Make yourself feel better.
60.
That one just hit the flight.
Stefan, you require 141.
Can you imagine what he would feel if this goes? He doesn't have to worry about that.
The worry now is just getting over the line, getting that leg one.
117.
Because he's now under
Thomas,
severe
you require
pressure.
20.
Good recovery from Belmont following the first start of that visit. Double 10 for Thomas. Junghans still can't get on the board. Double 7. Down to the southwest of the board.
13.
And the trials and tribulations
Stefan, you
continue.
require 24. Game shot on the
there
first
you go.
leg.
Salt in
Stefan
the
Belmont.
And that wound will feel very, very open right now. Junghans will be thinking, am I actually going to win another leg today?
Second leg is Thomas to throw first. Game on.
This is where darts can sometimes be very unenjoyable. You love playing the game, but you hate losing. And it's the reason why some
96.
players stop. They don't want to lose anymore. They don't want to put themselves through this mental torture.
It's not like other sports when you've got teammates to dig you out the weeds. You've got to do it all yourself. And
134.
sometimes when it's just you up there on that stage, it can be all-consuming.
Think about individual sports where you can't get any help. Tennis. You can still call the trainer.
100.
Speak to the caddy. Boxing. You can go to the corner after 3 minutes. In these games, there is no one.
57.
That's why sometimes it's nice to play pairs. And look at the amount of positivity and the aura around Johnny Clayton and Gerwin Price at the weekend. Feeding off each other's positivity.
60.
Sometimes you need that.
And not like other TV arenas where you may have a family member in the audience that you can look to. And maybe even the crowd give you that little
60.
bit of a buzz. There's only 4 people in that room. The 2 players, the referee, and Chris Murphy who's up on the balcony. That is it.
I don't think Chris Murphy can help you with your darts.
58.
He's a great presenter and great commentator, but I wouldn't ask him for coaching tips.
Premier League champion, I'll have you know.
I can see where your loyalties lie, Deacon.
100.
If you want to wear, there was a little competition between Dan Dawson and Chris Murphy for a few years for something called the Nitin Kumar Cup.
95. Stefan, you
believe he was the
require
last person to win it.
150.
But though also, you can't have a fish finger sandwich in the middle of a game here at the Super Series just to make it a bit more impartial.
60. Thomas, you require 92.
Can he finally get that leg? Chooses the bull route now. There was a case for treble 13 there.
Stefan, you require
Because if he
90.
thinks he's not going to get another visit, he could have stayed on the 13s. $87 means 51. Come on, Thomas. There's nothing in the way
38.
this time.
Thomas, you require
We want you to hit
40.
it.
This will be dark more of hope than expectation at this point. Double 5.
30. Stefan, you
The
require
well is
52.
dry. When Stefan was given a shot at double 12 in the previous leg, he hit it immediately. And he's
Game
hit
shot
double
on the
8 as
second
well.
leg. Stefan Belmont.
That's merciless from Belmont. Break of throw. And it could well be
Third
a
leg is
fourth
Stefan to throw
beagling
first.
on the
Game
cards
on.
for Thomas. I don't remember the last time I saw anybody this disconsolate at the edge of the stage.
43.
He's a man that was just like a, well, just a black hole, just to all consuming. There's a real dejection on his face, and it's horrible to see because we saw the amazing stuff that he provided yesterday. He had a daily average of 89.02,
41.
16 out of 39 when it came to the doubling. His play was absolutely magnificent. And we were looking at him today and we thought possibly he could be one of those to challenge Andy Bolton at the top of the table. Well, now he's 12 points
140.
behind Bolton at the top of the table.
That's what this is all about, isn't it?
60.
We talk about how people have that good first day. You have to keep it going. This is not about turning up one day, having one game and winning one particular match. This is about
80.
who the best player is over 3 days. You could be someone who could run 3,000 meters in no time at all. But if you put them in a marathon race,
131.
likelihood is they're not going to win against someone who's a bit more seasoned at the long format. That's what made Mo Farah so amazing, because he was great at 5,000 meters.
100.
He was great at 10,000 meters, and he was great at the marathon as well, and the half marathon.
$96. Stefan, you require
Doesn't even finish.
138.
And this could go, you know. Double 12.
Game shot on the
That
third
is not
leg.
just good.
Stefan Belmont.
That is absolutely outstanding. 138. And one more leg.
Fourth
and Young
leg is
Hands
Thomas to
will
throw
be
first.
running to the exit.
Game on.
Never mind walking.
Just to pile on added salt into what is already a pool-sized wound.
100.
Make no mistake, Belmont's got his motives in this game as well. He's got 10 points. He'd like to get to 12. He's got
60.
Tommy Lishman on his tail in this table. If he lost this game, he would be 2 points ahead and not that much in leg difference ahead as well in a fight for the
60.
top 3. By winning this one, he can forge that 4-point cushion and, with a big victory, have a very handy amount of legs in the bank as well.
180.
And after that maximum there, it's looking extremely likely.
He would move above Sebastian Białecki if he wins this 4-0
43.
by leg on legs difference.
One more maximum in this game, and we've got 40 for the day. Go on, Stefan, you know you want to.
140.
Maybe Thomas will provide it for us. Well, Stefan Belmont to round off a 4-0 victory and to
125.
compile a day of sheer
Stefan, you require
misery
121.
upon Thomas Junhans.
And Thomas left 173 in his last leg, and that's when Stefan took out at 138.
79.
It's worked out very well. This has been a steady performance from Stefan, but his doubling has been ridiculous. But look at the amount of chances that Thomas has had.
35. Stefan, you require 42.
So to seal a 4-0 win to end his day and to compound Thomas Junghans' misery.
26.
But for once, there's a blemish on
Thomas,
the
you
doubles.
require
Well, there you go, Thomas.
138.
You've got the shot that Stefan took. Different route, different result.
$98. Stefan, you require 16.
To finish in the top 3 after 2 days. It's double 2.
12.
Maybe
Thomas, you
Thomas is
require
going to get a leg
40.
after all.
Tens.
20.
10 missed darts a
Stefan,
double
you require 4.
for Thomas Junghans, and Belmont comes back for double 2 to seal a 4-0 success. Pick a side. Can you find a way?
No score.
No is the answer.
Stefan has
Thomas,
actually
you
had more
require
darts a double
20.
now than Thomas. Now they've had the same amount. They've both had 12 in the game.
No
And
score.
Thomas still can't find the outer ring.
Stefan, you require 4.
He's starting to think that the doubles are like the Scarlet Pimpernel.
So double 2
Game,
for
shot.
Stefan Belmont
And
to seal a
Stefan
4-0 success
Belmont.
against Thomas Junghans, for whom really it's been a day to forget. It'll be back to the drawing board going into the final day of Groups A for him. For Stefan Belmont, a 4-0 victory puts him into second place, with Sebastian Białecki still to play. He takes on Adam Atkinson, and that's coming up after this short break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we just have one game left to play on Tuesday and one other bit of business to deal with as well. At the start of the show, Henry posed his Tuesday Tungsten teaser, and it was about matches between England and Australia. They played 83 times in Super Series history. And the question was, how many had gone the way of Australia? There you see the answer, 31 wins, including victories for Corin Hammond, Raymond Smith, Mal Cumming and Jeremy Fagg. So turns out that England win the Ashes. Now we move on to see who will win our final match of this session. Adam Atkinson, who is off the mark and maybe skipping off the stage if he manages to double his points tally at the end of this one. Or will it be the pole dancing here at the live lounge? Sebastian Białecki is his opponent. In comms, it's Henry Deacon and Paul Nicholson.
And I can guarantee there'll be no pole dancing in the commentary box, Murph. Thank you very much then. One final game to go. Adam Atkinson, Sebastian Białecki. And this really, for Sebastian, you feel is must-win territory to keep tabs, at least, of Andy Bolton at the top overnight.
Just want to thank Chris Murphy for that mental image of dart players pole dancing. So it's going to take me at least the rest of the day to erase my memory of that. Or maybe it's going to be pool dancing that we get from Adam Atkinson. The pole against the poolie. That's what we've got to end our session here on Tuesday.
First,
Well,
Adam
Adam
to
Atkinson
throw first. Game on.
broke his proverbial duck against Thomas Junghans last time out, so he's now on the board. And I just wonder, because of that, whether he can just relieve a little bit of the pressure that would have been building up for as long as he's been on 0 points in the group.
He will feel a little bit better.
85.
But he will know inherently that his level of performance hasn't changed.
96.
He's taken advantage of a player that has really struggled today. Now can he build an extra brick of confidence and make him feel better ahead of the last day of competition tomorrow, where he could potentially have a bit of a say as to who wins this group.
137.
He
61.
could even have a big say today. Because if he restricts Białecki to 12 points, that gives Bolton a 6-point cushion overnight. Meaning that if you look at Tuesday, Bolton has
139.
elongated his gap. He's not going to be caught. I can say that because I picked him to win this group.
95.
I forecasted
Adam, you require 140.
that he would be close to perfect in this group, and I still see that happening. If he wins all 5 tomorrow, he will equalise the points record for a Group A campaign, which has only been done twice. A
100.
very courageous start for a player who's not been playing their best over the last couple of days. Sometimes going for the small 20 is the best thing to do.
But Atkinson comes back for tops after 12
Adam,
to
you
take the
require
opening
40.
leg.
Had a good start in his final match yesterday. Looking to get a good start against Sebastian.
20.
Didn't need to
Sebastian,
say where
you
that
require
dot landed. He just had to
114.
read his face, and it wasn't a positive reaction.
This would feel like a steal for Białecki. If he can pin tops, and he
74.
wasn't too far away. He hasn't really
Adam, you require 20.
been in the leg. It was dominated by Atkinson, but he's had a dart to win it as the poolie comes back for 10s.
Your guess is as good as mine. He can probably see about 20% of that bed.
6.
Had to go high. Had no
Sebastian, you
option.
require 40.
And so for 1-0,
Game shot on the first
Białecki
leg.
breaks
Sebastian
in a
Białecki.
leg that was dominated by Adam Atkinson. But here's the Pole who takes the lead, 1-0.
Second leg, Sebastian to throw first.
Scores
Game
for
on.
sure. Doubles for door. 6 darts missed at a double to take the first leg.
44.
And when that happens, any confidence that you have allowed to grow over the last hour or so, it just feels like it's died a little bit. And this is the thing
60.
about playing poker face players like Sebastian. He's not going to give you any information. He's not going to perceive... Or she's not going to show
85.
you any weakness. He might not even show you anything when he's feeling positive. But he can perceive your weaknesses. He can perceive how you feel.
66.
How would you grade the chances of Białecki winning this group if he wins this game tomorrow? If he wins this game, how do you grade his chances for tomorrow?
140.
I still feel it's an uphill task, and you're still relying on a mistake somewhere from Andy Bolton, which just feels like it's not going to come. And the only person to depose of him so far is Sebastian, so he's got to rely on somebody else to do a job over him, at least.
140.
Even if he does win his game against Andy tomorrow.
Well, he's going to need to do it. Again.
180.
That's maximum number 40 today. Well done, lads. And just to entice you for tomorrow, round 1. Atkinson plays Lishman
38.
in game 3.
Sebastian, you require
Belmore
52.
plays Youngans. Game 2. Białecki, Bolton. It's an early game. So let's look at it in detail.
Game
now
shot
that
in
he
the
is
second
2-0
leg.
up.
Sebastian Białecki.
He's 9. Is it? No, he's 12 legs behind in
Third leg
in
is
the leg
Adam to throw
difference.
first. Game on.
He gets the points here. He'll be 4 points behind. If he beats Bolton again, he's 2 points behind. That looks pretty doable.
32.
That's the current live standings in Group A. Bolton with a 4-point buffer as things stand over Białecki. Belmont, we can probably rule him out the race on 12.
60.
Yeah, as you can see in the plus-minus column, Białecki on +9 right now. That's including the 2 legs he's already won here. That could swell to 11. But he'd need to beat Atkinson 4-0.
180.
Honestly,
41.
I don't remember the last day I saw 41 180s in a Group A campaign. It's been outstanding.
Justin's going to have to find a fisherman's friend after this session.
He'll be fine. We're talking about a referee that can easily do 25 matches in a
57.
day, never mind 15. He's not out of this leg yet.
85.
Constantly tapping at him on the shoulder as if to say, you make one mistake, I'm right here. And he's a maximum away from a double. That's
140.
Really, really brilliant from Adam, who gets his second 140-plus score.
You have to admire the tenacity of Adam to just keep
27.
chipping away
Adam,
and
you
chipping
require
away.
92.
To pull a leg back, he's got 6 from 92.
You give somebody a tree to cut down, but give them a very blunt axe. See how they behave.
80.
If that person says to you, I want a sharper axe, it means they want an easier job. If they just take it from you and start chipping away and chipping away,
97.
and eventually the tree
Adam,
falls
you require
down,
12.
that tells you something about them. It means they don't care about the tools. They're all about getting the job done.
Can Atkinson get the job done in
Game
this
shot in
leg?
the
Yes,
third
as the
leg.
answer
Adam
brings it back to
Atkinson.
2-1. But Białecki has the darts here to re-establish that 2-leg cushion.
Did you say earlier that this
Fourth
away
leg is
kit of
Sebastian
Adam
to throw first.
is similar
Game
to that
on.
of the Hartlepool football team? Bit of a strange colour. I know that light blue and white is the home
140.
kit. But where does this have any relevance? I don't even know how to describe that colour. Looks like half maroon, half red.
And that is the Hartlepool United away strip.
99.
Unbelievable, Jeff.
Not anymore.
$41.
I wonder who Sebastian supports.
couple of big clubs out in front. You've got Legia Warsaw, Lech Poznan. That's where the famous Manchester City celebration comes from. You know, the one where they face back of the crowd and they start jumping up and down in the air.
And for everybody at home,
100.
Henry Deacon has just turned his chair away from me and started bobbing up and down. That'd be quite an interesting thing for the fans to do here on Saturday night.
100.
If they all turned around and started jumping. Either that or a flash mob. That would make things a little bit different. Do you remember those? They used to be very famous at New York's famous Grand Central Station.
92.
I mean, it'd certainly be a sight, wouldn't it?
Got to go, Bull.
75.
Wonderfully done. Starting to spray them now. Left, high, right and low. It's not exclusively to the right-hand side now. We've seen him hit a 12 going for the 20s today.
38.
A massive overcorrection.
Sebastian, you require 145.
But whatever happens over the next few legs, he can take comfort knowing that he has at least won a game today. And his performance
55.
levels feel like they've been a little bit better.
It's taking those small crumbs of comfort, however you can find them. The small bits that you can then add up in the late equation. Tomorrow is going to be a day of building confidence. And moments like this will help build that confidence. And he's
Sebastian, you
forced
require
Białecki
90.
here to take out this 90 to move 3-1 up. It's only going to be a dart at the bull. It's not even going to be that. And so Atkinson's back for 2 apiece.
50.
I'm not sure about that dart at
Adam,
all.
you require 40.
Maybe he was just trying to hit the dart to nestle it in the small 20, but that was a risky shot.
Game shot on the 4th leg. Adam
That's a
Atkinson.
16-dart break. Things are very different now. This is a very different game to what he had in game 15
5th leg
against
is Adam
Bolton
to throw
yesterday.
first. Game on.
He's the one who's coming back and now is favourite to win because he has the darts.
And a little bit of confidence is just beginning to develop again.
100.
Don't look at the end score. Look at the way those darts were thrown.
85.
Let's not forget, we're talking about 2 players here who have been to the MODUS Super Series twice. On both occasions, they have made Saturday night. They don't know what it feels like to be eliminated before Saturday.
81.
The likelihood is that these two will be split up at the end of tomorrow.
140.
Based on the information that we have right now, it's favourable for Białecki to go into Group B, and for Atkinson, he's going to be going to Group C. But do not forget that Białecki can still win this group.
85.
But he might have to play a little bit better than this. Not just to get this win, but to win his first game tomorrow, which I feel he must do.
125.
He's got to hope tomorrow is a case of him and Andy Bolton being ships passing in the night. One's got to have the perfect day, one's got to have a disaster.
$57.
6
Sebastian,
darts
you require
from 151
151.
to retake the lead with a break in the bank.
$91.
It's tidy without being spectacular. Leaving the 2 darter, and he doesn't have to mess around with 16s or 8s. So it's all positive for Sebastian.
$41.
So
Sebastian,
to
you
get the break
require
and then
60.
throw for the match. 2 at tops.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Sebastian
3-2
Białecki.
Białecki. He gets the break that he needs. And he now moves to within 1 of the victory post, which would put him within 4 points of Bolton. It would keep
6th leg
him
is Sebastian to throw first.
at least in the race
Game on.
going into tomorrow. But then he would need a lot of things to transpire one way than t'other.
100.
Ton start for Białecki. Reminder that as we potentially approach the culmination of our final match of the day here,
40.
highlights of this session is available on the Super Series YouTube channel, where if you subscribe, you'll have all the latest exclusive darting content, plenty
100.
of reaction to the news that came out last week about the awarding of Fallon Sherrock's MBE. You can get all the reaction of that on our Super Series YouTube channel, so do give that a subscribe. And don't forget to follow us on our social media platforms. It is
58.
at MSS Darts on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. Plenty of content going on there.
135.
Not much Białecki could have done following that first dart into the treble 5.
$100.
But he's going to have the luxury of time from 166 to wrap up a 4-2 victory, and it looks as if he's going to set it up quite handily indeed.
105.
61 upon his return for a 5-visit leg to get the job done for Sebastian Białecki.
$99. Sebastian, you require 61.
To keep Andy Bolton honest. He went 21 for tops. Tops is what he finds.
Game,
tops is what he
shot,
gets.
And the match,
And
Sebastian Białecki
keeps tabs on Andy Bolton at the top of the table. In Group A, he gets the better of Adam Atkinson by 4 legs to 2. He'll be looking to get some confidence going into a Group C campaign tomorrow on Thursday and Friday. Sebastian Białecki rounds things off then with a 92.71 average, 4 out of 6 when it came to the doubling, and a 4-2 success against Adam Atkinson. And it means that there is still a race for top place in Group A, although it is Bolton who is still very much in pole position to claim that spot at finals night. Let's get reaction then. Up on the balcony, Paul Nicholson has made his way to join Chris Murphy.
He certainly has. Thank you, Henry. Well, where to start, Paul? I mean, he looked in the middle of the day. It looked like Białecki beating Bolton. This is going to sound like a tongue twister now. Might make Bolton buckle, but he didn't buckle. He bounced back.
Yeah, I think if you look at the facial expressions of Andy when he came into the game after the defeat, it was as if he was saying, I refuse to play on Thursday and Friday. This group is mine. It's still in his grasp, but the fact of the matter is his first game tomorrow against Białecki is huge. He can create that 6-point gap again. Otherwise, he's going to have someone tapping him on the shoulder. It's fascinating for Wednesday morning.
Well, let's have a proper look at the table now. As Paul just said, Andy Bolton sitting pretty at the top of it. But Białecki, I mean, is he the only real contender?
Not really at this point, but I think after one round tomorrow, we will know a lot more. I think Belmont, based on the amount of great darts that we've seen from him the last couple of days, I don't think it's as likely to get wins from him as we would do from Białecki, because he's putting in slightly better performances. So, yes, but mathematically, no.
Further down, Lishman has probably shown enough to make at least a challenge to get to Group B, hasn't he?
Definitely. I think what he's done is he's used moving day to put himself in with a chance of getting the top 3. If Belmont does not qualify for Group B, he'll be devastated because he wants to play the night session later in the week at the very worst.
And moving in the other direction, Thomas Youngans, what has happened there? 17 successive legs lost, including 4 4-0 defeats on the spin.
Yeah, that's devastating for Thomas. You really did feel for him towards the end of the session as well. But ultimately, darts is on the day. It's one of the oldest sayings, and today was a very meagre day compared to what he did yesterday. If he can do more of what he did on Monday, on Wednesday, he might have a chance of getting some more wins under his belt.
Well, it's only fitting that we end the day talking about Andy Bolton, Paul. So I'm just going to give you a chance here just to lavish Purple Pros up on the X Factor with some of his highlights here.
Well, here's the thing about this 109 finish. Every time he leaves it, he seems to take it. It was a superb start to this match against Białecki. And his ability to bounce back after defeat It was superb. Not just 109s, but 113s as well. Look at the facial expression. It's one of motivation. This is something that people can learn from when they're watching this program, because we've seen so many different facial expressions over the last couple of days. Every single time that Andy's at the hockey, he's motivated. He's pumped up. He wants to try and get the best out of himself. And 18 points out of 20 doesn't lie.
And what are you expecting from him tomorrow? Because we're all saying, he's as good as through. What will his mentality be?
He will say that he's nowhere near through. He'll want to win his first 3 games tomorrow just to get it all done and dusted. But if I was to speak to Andy right now, I would say to him, your motivation for tomorrow is not just to get through, but it's to get to 28 points like Colin Osborne and Jim McEwen have done. And nobody's done that under this roof.
There you go, Andy. You have been told. And you can watch the action tomorrow as well, 9:30 a.m. here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And we're back live on Sporty Stuff TV as well. As for this group so far, well, Andy Bolton tomorrow, the X Factor, will be looking to seal his place in Saturday's live show. We'll see you tomorrow.